The following sports special is a broadcast presentation of Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg.
We ready? Yeah. We ready?
Yeah. It's time for the excitement of West Virginia high school football. To get you ready for today's play-by-play action, we'll bring you interviews, in-depth analysis, and important game information on the pregame show. So let's get things started by going to the stadium and join our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
And a very pleasant good evening across the Eastern Panhandle, or wherever you may be tuning in. Welcome into this Friday night of high school football around the Mountain State. It is the Musselman, Appleman, and Fairmont this evening, taking on the Fairmont Senior Polar Bears. For Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 Sports, I am Matt Crawford, joined to my left by Matt Miller. John Alderton is our TV 10 cameraman. He is joined by Morgan Borer. And down on the sideline, we have Ella Joseph, and we have Colin McLaughlin. Back at the studio is Donald Kenny. Yes, we are going to get to football. We just have a bigger break, or a bigger crew for the game tonight. But a good matchup tonight. We have the 2-1 Appleman coming in, taking on the 1-1 Fairmont Senior Polar Bears. Matt, it is the first time these two storied programs across the Mountain State have ever met each other, not just in the regular season, but postseason, regular season, combine it all, the first meeting between these two teams.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised to hear or see that when word was coming out during the week. You would have expected that maybe back in the days of the AA years of the Musselman Appleman that these teams would have gotten together, but it just did not happen. Musselman went AAA in 1996, and of course they haven't met at all since then, so we are looking forward to this first matchup of two powerhouse teams from two different classifications here in the Mountain State.
And we have two teams that are going to come in with contrasting styles. You know, Musselman is going to want to run the football, and they're going to do it at a very strong clip behind number 6 senior Blake Hartman. He is coming in averaging 208 yards per game and averaging finding the end zone once out of every 5 times he touches the football. 12 touchdowns on 60 carries. And for this Fairmont senior team, they're going to spread it out. They are going to throw the football, so it's going to be which style is going to get the better in this game.
Well, and you look at number 13, Gage Michael. Clearly he's not superstitious. The quarterback wears his lucky number 13, and it's been a lucky number for him. He did a great job last year helping to lead this Fairmont senior team to the semifinals, where they dropped a decision against Bluefield before reaching that state championship game for a third consecutive year, and he is back at it again in the early part of this season. He's a dual-threat kind of guy where he has already been able to throw for 462 yards while running for 263. So you've got to keep an eye on him, because he is typically going to lead you to wherever that football is, or at least where it's going.
A guy that's averaging 362 yards of offense for his team. Again, a small sample size. This is just game number 3 for Fairmont Senior, but already doing a very good job under/behind center for this Polar Bear team.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They won their first game against North Marion by a 41-21 final, and then last weekend against Bridgeport in a somewhat back-and-forth affair, it was Bridgeport who got the better of the Polar Bears, 44-33. A little concern coming out of that one. Bridgeport did run for 358 yards in that game, and they're going to face a Musselman team that is equally as strong at running the football here tonight.
Looking forward to it tonight. A beautiful night for football and a very unique stadium. We're at East-West Stadium here in Fairmont. Built in 1938 is what all the plaques say on the outside, and you drive up to it, and it doesn't look like a football stadium until you see the sign. The old stone on the outside. You walk in, it sits down low. A very cool atmosphere for high school football.
Yeah, you've got one end that has that stone wall that kind of slopes down, and they've got the netting to keep the kicked balls from going out into the streets, because there are literally houses right on the other side of that wall. You look out directly from where we are, and you see a little bit of the business district with Valley Distributing Incorporated, some older buildings in the background, and then, of course, the beautiful green trees, and some of them beginning to change colors in the hillsides here in West Virginia. Then you look down to your left, and you've got that clubhouse and locker room. But then as you come back towards this side, the bleachers actually wrap partway around the end zone, which really gives it a neat feel with all of the bleachers starting from that end and then wrapping to the opposite end of the field, only down one sideline.
We mentioned coming in, these are two storied programs in the Mountain State football. You look at the last 5 years. Let's take that small sample size. 5 years. You cannot mention AA football in West Virginia and not mention Fairmont Senior. You can't talk about AAA football in West Virginia and not mention the Musselman Athletes. This really is, you're talking top-tier AA facing off against top-tier AAA. This is what high school football is all about. Throw the classifications out. We have two very good high school programs tonight.
All right, let's quickly go through it. 2015 for the Fairmont Polar Bears. Hey, how about 10-3 and a semifinal appearance in the playoffs? In 2016, 9-3, a quarterfinal round of playoff. 17, they went 12-2, went to the state championship game where they lost to Bluefield. 2018, 14-0, claimed the school's first state championship by beating Bluefield, and then last year went 12-1, falling to Bluefield in the semifinals. That's the last 5 years for Fairmont Senior. For the Musselman Applemen, just 6-5 in 2015, but the building blocks for what would follow as they went 8-3 in both 2016 and 17, fell in the opening round of the playoffs in each of those 3 years. Then in 2018 went 11-2, lost to eventual state champion Martinsburg in the semifinals, and last year went 9-3. They lost at Parkersburg South in the quarterfinal round and didn't have Blake Hartman for that game. Otherwise, maybe they'd have seen Martinsburg in the semifinals for a second straight year. You get an idea of how strong both of these teams have been by those numbers.
The Applemen coming out of the visiting locker room here at East West Stadium as they will come out for warm-ups. No jerseys on yet, just the T-shirts to warm up. Fairmont Senior has gone back in the locker room. They were out doing their warm-ups just a few minutes ago. We've broken down our matchup just a little bit. More to come in the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at what else is going on around the Eastern Panhandle, or for two teams, what's not going on around the Eastern Panhandle tonight. That coming up in our check of the area schedule. The pregame presented by TV10 is brought to you by Pete Doherty, Democrat candidate for Senate in the 16th District. Again, that is Pete Doherty, Democratic candidate for Senate in the 16th District. Back with more of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show coming up next.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at whmsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
To the citizens of Berkeley County, my name is Nate Harmon, your choice as Republican candidate for Berkeley County Sheriff. When you chose me, you made a statement. You stated that you were tired of the inactive good old boy mentality, the knee-jerk reactions that infringe on our constitutional rights, and watching our deputies' morale and welfare deteriorate. I will be the staunch reminder to government that their powers reside in all citizens of our state and can only be rightfully exercised in accordance with the will of the people. Let's finish the race. Stand by me, Nate Harmon, as your next Berkeley County Sheriff, so your voice is heard and results are seen.
Paid for by candidate.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law, but he taught us even more about life and people.
He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm, the firm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that.
We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
We welcome you back to the W. Harley
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
John Purdue never dreamed he'd go to college, let alone become one of the best state treasurers. John Purdue brought back financial integrity and transparency to the treasurer's office. He created the highly successful Smart 529 College Savings Program, and under his watch has returned more than $230 million in unclaimed property. He's created the 457 Retirement Program and WV Able, and his Board of Treasury Investments has the highest rating from Standard & Poor's.
I'm John Purdue, and I've never forgotten that I worked for you.
Committed to keeping Berkeley County safe. That's Curtis Keller. He's dedicated his life to public service as sheriff, volunteer firefighter, paramedic, captain, police chief, guardsman, and for 30 years, serving as a referee for high school football. Experienced, dedicated, honest, and the best choice for sheriff of Berkeley County. That's Curtis Keller. This November, help re-elect Curtis Keller for sheriff of Berkeley County. Paid for by candidate.
If you need to speak with a lawyer about an insurance claim or motor vehicle wreck, at Mansion Ferretti we rely on 100 years of combined personal injury and trial experience to win your case. There is no charge for meeting with us, and there is no fee unless we win. Mansion Ferretti excels because we are local, experienced in our courts, and always working hard to develop the personal relationship with clients that makes a difference. Call us at 304-264-8505 or go to wvjusticelawyers.com. At Mansion Ferretti, it's about seeking justice for you.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsinis.com.
We've been in a slow-moving educational crisis in West Virginia. Our schools are crumbling, our teachers are struggling. We all see it in our communities. Our Constitution provides a guarantee for a thorough and efficient, free public education. When we brought claims to ensure those objectives were fulfilled in Fayette County, we improved our school system. Our Attorney General must serve as the counsel to our people to ensure this critical objective. I'm Sam Petsong, and I approve this message.
Where do you turn when an emergency hits your home? Call Blue Ridge Property Restore in Martinsburg. They offer 24-hour emergency service with certified experts who can clean up water damage, mold infestations, fire damage, and biohazards. They'll work with your insurance company to get it done right. So call Blue Ridge Property Restore at 304-262-8100 and get back from disaster faster.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
We welcome you back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. Time now for our check of the area schedule, and brought to you by Rock's Convenience Stores, Rock's Country Markets, fast, fresh, friendly. There are just 2 other games tonight involving Eastern Panhandle Athletic Conference teams. Let's get started with a great matchup as 3-0 Spring Mills will travel to face 3-0 Frankfort. The Cardinals coming off of a win over Jefferson last Friday night, 52-28, making it 3 straight games to open the season, scoring at least 50 points. Frankfort, meanwhile, coming in off of a win against Berkeley Springs. Spring Mills head coach Josh Sims on face facing the Falcons.
You know, we're going to get tough, hard-nosed, well-conditioned, and well-coached kids. So, you know, this is one of those games, you know, again, like every week, that could very well be a little bit of a trap game. You know, we got to make sure that we're still grounded and then keeping our eye on the prize because again, you know, when you're talking about a tradition like Frankfort, you're definitely going to be run to a lot of kids that have been in their schemes for a long time.
These two teams did not meet last year. They will play tonight in Ridgely at 7 p.m. Also tonight, it's an EPAC matchup as Washington will travel to face Hedgesville. The Patriots are 1-2, coming off of a loss last weekend at Kaiser, 55-35. Patriots head coach Glenn Simpson on the matchup facing the Eagles.
When you face a team that is going to try to get physical with you and bully you a little bit, it'll test your resolve. And that's what we do. That's the nature of the single wing offense. We are going to run the football, and they are going to run the football. And whoever gets to impose their will walk away from that game bruised and bloodied, but victorious.
Hedgesville's still looking for their first win through 3 games, but head coach Matt Faircloth says they are continuing to make progress.
They're playing with more effort. They're playing with an attitude. We're getting better in certain aspects of the game, but I mean, we're pounding out. We're averaging right now around almost 200 yards a game on the ground. You know, it's building. We just got to trust the process. And you know, if us as coaches, if we get discouraged or anything like that, how can we ask the kids to trust the process? So we're going to keep pushing forward and get better every step of the way.
When these teams met last year, Washington came away with a 34-30 victory. Tonight's game at Moomaw Stadium at Hedgesville will kick off at 7. And there are 2 EPAC teams on a bye this week, both COVID-related. Let's start with Martinsburg and head coach Britt Sherman, who says his athletic director worked hard to find them a game. It just didn't work out.
Davis Moore's called everybody from Cleveland to New York City. He doesn't have a weekend. He's here Friday night, Saturdays. He's waiting till at 5 o'clock looking at possible options, and he's calling everybody. So we've beat every bush and turned over every rock looking for games, and we just want our kids to play. And, you know, this week would be a good week for us to be off and work on stuff, but that's not what we want. We want to play because, like I said, you never know if you're going to get to play the following week.
Next up for the Bulldogs, who are 1-1, they'll play at Washington next Friday night. Meanwhile, the Jefferson Cougars are on a bye as their scheduled game got canceled due to the color code status in Kanawha County. For head coach Craig Hunter, he says it actually comes at a good time.
We just wanted to get healthy. I mean, we had 2 starters out that night, and we lost 3 guys in the middle of the night, not knowing their status going into the weekend and not really having a game. We just didn't really feel comfortable getting in a game just for the sake of having a game. I thought we could be better for us to try to get healthy this week, just work on some individual things.
Jefferson is 1-2, and they will next host Frankfort on Friday, October 2nd. Our matchup tonight is at East West Stadium in Fairmont, where the Fairmont Senior Polar Bears entertain the Musselman Applemen. We'll continue to preview that matchup on our W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. That does it for the check of the area schedule, brought to you by Rock's Convenience Stores, Rock's Country Markets, fast, fresh, friendly. This is West Virginia High School Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
High school football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsinis.com.
We've been in a slow-moving educational crisis in West Virginia. Our schools are crumbling, our teachers are struggling. We all see it in our communities. Our Constitution provides a guarantee for a thorough and efficient, free public education. When we brought claims to ensure those objectives were fulfilled in Fayette County, we improved our school system. Our Attorney General must serve as the counsel to our people to ensure this critical objective. I'm Sam Petsong, and I approve this message.
Where do you turn when an emergency hits your home? Call Blue Ridge Property Restore in Martinsburg. They offer 24-hour emergency service with certified experts who can clean up water damage, mold infestations, fire damage, and biohazards. They'll work with your insurance company to get it done right. So call Blue Ridge Property Restore at 304-262-8100 and get back from disaster faster.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
We welcome you back to the
Law Enforcement Live is filmed live with the men and women of law enforcement. All participants in tonight's show are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Viewer discretion is advised.
So we're back again. Deputy Almanzar, the sequel, back by popular demand.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Aside. Purdue never dreamed he'd go to college, let alone become one of the best state treasurers. John Purdue brought back financial integrity and transparency to the treasurer's office. He created the highly successful Smart 529 College Savings Program, and under his watch has returned more than $230 million in unclaimed property. He's created the 457 Retirement Program and WV Able, and his Board of Treasury Investments has the highest rating from Standard & Poor's.
I'm John Purdue, and I've never forgotten that I worked for you.
We welcome you back to the You need to keep your vehicle in good working order, but car and truck repairs can be very costly. Bears Repair in Martinsburg performs all kinds of auto repairs at prices most often well below their competition. Bears Repair offers tune-ups, oil change and lubrication, small and large engine and transmission repair, wheel balancing, front-end alignment, exhaust system replacement, air conditioning checks, auto inspections, and new tires. Stop by for a free estimate at Bears Repair, 904 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg, phone 262-0208. Bears Repair.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
At Anthony's Pizza Inwood location, nobody does it better. We make our own dough and we bake it fresh twice daily. That's freshly baked twice a day to make sure your pizza always tastes great. Take advantage of our Anthony's Pizza special offer. Get 2 large one-topping pizzas, just $17.99. And when you buy 3 12-inch subs, the 4th one's on us. For the best in freshly made pizzas, subs, calzones, stromboli, lasagna, and more, it's got to be Anthony's Pizza, 372 Middleway Pike in Inwood. Call 229-7373 for delivery. Anthony'sMenu.com.
If you need to speak with a lawyer about an insurance claim or motor vehicle wreck, at Mansion Ferretti we rely on 100 years of combined personal injury and trial experience to win your case. There is no charge for meeting with us, and there is no fee unless we win. Mansion Ferretti excels because we are local, experienced in our courts, and always working hard to develop the personal relationship with clients that makes a difference. Call us at 304-264-8505 or go to wvjusticelawyers.com. At Mansion Ferretti, it's about seeking justice for you.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law, but he taught us even more about life and people. He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm, the firm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that.
We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
Welcome back into East West Stadium. Matt Crawford, Matt Miller here with you. We apologize. Some technical difficulties with our feature videos. Not sure what the technical problem is, but we are going to try to fix that and get you what we have left, which is our home coach interview, talking with Fairmont senior head coach Nick Bardick, and our In the Huddle segment, talking to a couple of Musselman Appleman players. Again, apologize for the technical difficulties back at the station getting those feature videos on. Matt, let's take a look at this Fairmont senior team. Again, we mentioned it earlier in the pregame, and you see it right now in warm-ups as you're watching on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. This is a team that is going to spread it out and throw the football, but they got a guy in the shotgun formation in Gage Michael that is a dual threat back there, and he'll take one read, he'll take two reads, but if it's not there, he has no problem pulling it underneath and running the football.
No, and you see that in the statistics, 32 carries to lead this team in attempts, 263 rushing yards. He's averaging about 8.2 yards a carry and 5 rushing touchdowns, but when he throws the football, he's been good, completing almost 59% of his passes. That's 31 of 53 for 462 yards, a couple of touchdowns, but has also thrown an INT. He's a good-sized young man, 6'1", 195, and the senior already making his commit to play his college football at Kent State. So you're talking about a Division I caliber quarterback, and Musselman has to find a way to slow him down in this one.
Yeah, looking at his numbers, passing 31 for 53, just one interception through 2 games, and throwing 462 yards so far. It's 231 a game, so getting it done in the air. And again, we've heard from people who've watched the film so far, and this is a guy that is not necessarily going to go through all 4 reads. He has no problem pulling it down and running the football, which is why you see the 131 yards on the ground as well.
And certainly one of the things that you have to be aware of is how balanced this team is. They do want to pass the football, obviously. They got a quarterback to do it. But again, as you said, he'll bring the ball down and run it himself, and he's got a capable back in the backfield. You've got Keyshawn Cottingham, a 5'9", 165-pound senior. He's the second leading rusher. 17 carries is all he's had in 2 games, but 89 yards. He's got a couple of rushing touchdowns, and this is a team that's averaging 214 on the ground to go along with their 231 through the air. So they're a balanced type of attack, which makes it so hard for a defense to defend.
Yeah, and looking on the outside, Evan Dennison, he's averaging 80 yards on the outside, hauling in the football, the dual threat in the backfield, but also coming out of the backfield in Cottingham, as you just mentioned. He's hauling in about 48 yards a game catching the football. So this is an offense that can spread it out, but again, it is all going to run through Gage Michael. All right, we're going to send it back to the studio again. I apologize for the technical difficulties playing the feature so far. We're going to try to hear from home head coach. It is Nick Bardick of the Fairmont Senior Polar Bears. And on the backside of that, we'll hear from 2 Musselman Appleman players that are inside the huddle segment. The pregame show brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services for home and office automation, home theater networking, audio, video distribution, and more. Call them at 304-350-1931 or visit them online at WHMsystems.com. Back with more of the pregame show after this. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV 10.
Fall is here at Taylor's Farm Market and the Cider Press Deli and Grill. Stop by for some of our apple cider donuts, fresh cider, and everyone's favorites, our delicious apple pie and apple dumplings. We also have some beautiful Big Mums for only $9.99 each. Experience local flavor at the Cider Press Deli and Grill in Inwood. We have something for everyone. We're open Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. for lunch and dinner. Check out our menu at ciderpressdeliandgrill.com. Taylor's Farm Market and the Cider Press Deli and Grill at 178 Pilgrim Street in Inwood.
To the citizens of Berkeley County, my name is Nate Harmon, your choice as Republican candidate for Berkeley County Sheriff. When you chose me, you made a statement. You stated that you were tired of the inactive good old boy mentality, the knee-jerk reactions that infringe on our constitutional rights, and watching our deputies' morale and welfare deteriorate. I will be the staunch reminder to government that their powers reside in all citizens of our state and can only be rightfully exercised in accordance with the will of the people. Let's finish the race. Stand by me, Nate Harmon, as your next Berkeley County Sheriff, so your voice is heard and results are seen.
Paid for by candidate.
My name is Marshall Wilson. I'm the only independent serving in the West Virginia legislature, and I'm running for governor to uphold and defend the Constitution of the state of West Virginia and of the United States, because I want my children to raise their children in a free, just, prosperous, and secure land. If my children have that opportunity, yours will also. Look us up at marshallforwv.com. Please vote S. Marshall Wilson for governor. Thank you very much.
Write in S. Marshall Wilson for governor. Paid for by Marshall for WV.
Remember that last trip to the auto mechanic?
I also think your solenoid gasket is bad.
What?
Yep, that'll be another $500.
Forget that and go to D&N Auto Specialist at 230 Tavern Road, Martinsburg, where honesty is their best policy. Serving the Eastern Panhandle since 1974, D&N Auto is family-owned and operated, specializing in exhaust alignments and tires. From general maintenance to major overhauls, they'll treat you right. Call D&N Auto Specialist at 304-267-4078.
And we welcome you back into the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's time to talk to our home head coach. This portion brought to you by Parsons Ford. They're located on Shepherdstown Pike, just outside of Martinsburg. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons. We now get our conversation started with Fairmont senior Polar Bear head coach Nick Bartik talking about how he thought his team played and was a tough loss against Bridgeport last week.
Well, we have inconsistencies. I think with some guys who are inexperienced that we knew we would have those kind of growing pains coming into the season. And, I think the irregularity with losing games, especially there in the beginning, has showed itself a couple times here in these first couple weeks.
How tough is it with a team that you mentioned is not as experienced, especially during all of these coronavirus times? Not only the games like you were talking about, but just coming into the season with practices the way they were and just the way everything was going coming into the season.
Yeah, that's the thing. Your off season not the same. The preseason wasn't the same. Get limited, and so it's all going to have an impact. But everybody had to deal with it in one way or another. So, it's our job to try to persevere through that.
When you look at high school football across the state of West Virginia over the last several years, in AA, you can't talk about AA football without Fairmont. In AAA, it's hard to talk about it without Musselman. How much do you look forward to a matchup like this?
This is good stuff, I think, for both programs. We've been consistently consistently good here these last few years, especially, both of us. So, it's something that provides a unique challenge. Hopefully we can challenge them also. And, we haven't, I'm pretty sure we've never played before. I don't think. I have to check that out. But, it creates a nice, intriguing matchup, something new. And I think, guys get excited anytime they're playing somebody for the first time.
Musselman's going to run the football. What challenges does it present trying to stop them and trying to stop one of the best runners in the state in Blake Hartman?
Yeah, I don't know who's better than him as far as running backs go. And that is a challenge in itself. And then you add to it the size of their line. And their ability. So, we know they're going to run the ball. They're going to have some success running the ball. You just have to try to make some stops and then, you got to take advantage of any kind of break that you might get, any kind of turnover, any kind of mistake.
The first WVSSAC playoff rankings have come out. How much, if any, do you pay attention to those this early in the season?
We don't really, pay a lot of attention to that this early, especially. And that goes, both ways. It could be you could be number one right off the bat when you're 3-0, or 1-1 in our case. But there's a lot of season left, so you really can't put a lot of stock in that early. I think what it does present, though, is a potential for conflict in the future within this season later on, depending on how they do this. When you look at teams being limited and games they're going to play, so you wonder what the SSAC ultimately is going to decide in terms of how they're going to treat the postseason.
I know in this area we pay more attention to AAA and the EPAC because the closest AA school is Berkeley Springs, but being a AA school, how do you judge top to bottom how strong that classification is this year?
Well, it's pretty consistent. I think maybe more this season than the last couple. You had a handful of teams at the top that kind of dominated or would separate themselves, and now it seems like it's a little deeper. I think there's 37 teams now. There were something in the 40s. So, from that, I think just kind of adds, you have just on a number base, you might have more depth, but it does seem to be more balanced this year in terms of who could make a run at winning it.
That was Fairmont senior head coach Nick Barktick as part of our W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. This segment brought to you by Parsons Ford. They're located on Shepherdstown Pike just outside of Martinsburg. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons. Back with more of the pregame show after this timeout. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Committed to keeping Berkeley County safe. That's Curtis Keller. He's dedicated his life to public service as sheriff, volunteer firefighter, paramedic, captain, police chief, guardsman, and for 30 years, serving as a referee for high school football. Experienced, dedicated, honest, and the best choice for sheriff of Berkeley County. That's Curtis Keller. This November, help re-elect Curtis Keller for sheriff of Berkeley County. Paid for by candidate.
John Purdue never dreamed he'd go to college, let alone become one of the best state treasurers. John Purdue brought back financial integrity and transparency to the treasurer's office. He created the highly successful Smart 529 College Savings Program, and under his watch has returned more than $230 million in unclaimed property. He's created the 457 Retirement Program and WV Able, and his Board of Treasury Investments has the highest rating from Standard & Poor's.
I'm John Purdue, and I've never forgotten that I worked for you.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
Hey football fans, it's your friendly alarm professional, Ben Copenhaver with Dynamark Atlantic Security. Who do you trust to keep your family and valuables safe? Integrity, trust, and professionalism are all reasons why Dynamark is the choice for home and business security in the Eastern Panhandle. Dynamark is proud to serve the community and be your first choice for alarm solutions. Don't become a statistic of crime today. Phone Dynamark Security to protect your tomorrow. Phone 304-671-2158.
We welcome you back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. Time for us to go in the huddle, a chance to talk with a couple of Musselman Appleman players. And our conversation brought to you by Blue Ridge Property Restore. They'll get you back from disaster faster. We've got Justin Reinhardt, a senior linebacker for the Appleman, and you have a tough test ahead against a passing football team in Fairmont Senior. What do you see in this matchup?
I think it's going to be a really good game. They got athletes. We got athletes. We got to come out on both sides of the ball and just play our hearts out as hard as we can.
What is it like when you face a quarterback like Gage Michael, who can not only throw the ball but is pretty mobile?
Yeah, like you said, he can do everything. You know, he's committed to Kent State, so we know he's pretty good. And watching film, we've seen he's made some plays. He's pretty good. So we got to cover those routes good, and we got to contain him.
Your defense is playing pretty good, coming off a great effort up at Hollidaysburg last week. Give us an idea of how the defense maybe is coming together through 3 games.
Just playing with each other more and learning each other and where they'll be and when. That's just helped us come together as a team and really like mesh together and play good.
How much do you guys feed off of the offense and the success that you've been able to have on that side, especially running the football?
It gives us a lot of momentum. As soon as we see them go down and score, we know that we got to come out and get a stop, and we got to keep that lead going. So yeah, it definitely fuels us to go more harder.
With everything you guys have faced just to get on the field, what have these first 3 games been like? How much have you appreciated this chance to be out here playing?
We love it. You know, we're thankful to be out because there's teams in other parts of the state and 15 minutes down the road in Virginia that they don't get to play this year. So we're really cherishing every second of practice and every second of the games and really loving it. All
right, here we are standing on your home field for this interview. You guys haven't had a chance to play here yet. Is it a little frustrating?
Yeah, it is. We got a lot of games on the road before we even play here once, but we're just going to keep grinding and keep going because we know we're going to get to play here one day, and it's going to be a good feeling.
How have all these games on the road to open the season maybe helped to bring this group together? I mean, you've got a lot of seniors, and you're already a close football team, but that kind of us against the world mentality.
We got to go into somebody else's house, and they got home field advantage, so we got to go in there and take care of business.
All right, talk to us about taking care of business. What do you guys have to do to get the win?
Well, we know we watch film all the time after every practice, so we know what the teams are going to run and how we're going to score on them on offense and how we're going to stop them. So it's just a matter of if we're going to go out and do it or not.
Justin, thank you for your time. It's appreciated.
Thank you.
There you go, Justin Reinhardt, senior linebacker, joining us with our In the Huddle segment. Stay tuned. We're going to talk with offensive lineman Ethan Northcraft next. We continue from In the Huddle as we get a chance now to talk with senior offensive and defensive lineman Ethan Northcraft. Ethan, talk to us about what it is like on the O-line in the offensive style that you guys run.
Right now we have a lot of returning dudes, and we've had a lot of kids who've been playing on the O-line for the past 3-4 years. So it's really good, and then we like to run the ball. We like to give Blake the ball, so it all works out.
You mentioned playing together for all those years. How important is that? What's that camaraderie need to be on an offensive line?
It's really important. It is really important that we're all on the same page, that we're all communicating. We all know our calls and even new calls that sometimes we throw in there. So it all works out, and then we don't have to worry about the little things. We're all more worried about like the bigger thing, which is winning.
And that's exactly what you guys did last week, a big win up at Hollidaysburg. How big was it for you to get back in the win column after that tough game against Martinsburg?
It was good. It felt good. We knew it was going to happen, and it feels good to get back on the win streak.
All right, you mentioned the name of Blake Hartman earlier. Your brother used to be the all-time leading rusher here. That was just broken. What's it been like for you to be related to one guy and block for another that have had such success?
It's awesome because you know that you're part of it too, because I blocked for my brother my freshman year, and then I've also been able to block for Blake for the past 4 years, so it's awesome because you know that you're part of it.
Do you like that style of offense? Do you love that ground and pound?
I love that style of offense. I like just lining up across the dude in front of you and blocking them every single play.
All right, take us to the defensive side of the football. What's the challenge over there?
Challenge is just being on the same page as everyone and playing as a team and just doing our thing.
You've got a tough quarterback that you've got to find a way to contain. What will be the key for your defense against Fairmont Senior?
Just staying in our gaps as a defensive line perspective, just making sure that you're staying in your gaps and staying in the spot that you need to be. So if they were to pass the ball and run a little bit, then if we're in our gaps, then we'll be good.
We appreciate your time, Ethan. Have a great ball game.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There you go, Ethan Northcraft. He's joining us here from In the Huddle. It's brought to you by Blue Ridge Property Restore. They're getting you back from disaster faster. We've got more of our pregame show coming up, brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNRN TV 10.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law, but he taught us even more about life and people.
He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm, the firm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that.
We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
Pete Doherty will put Berkeley and Jefferson County first in the state Senate. Doherty has spent 4 decades fighting for our children, seniors, and veterans while keeping the Eastern Panhandle safe from crime. As your senator, Doherty will fight back against the Charleston establishment, ensure that police have the funding needed to protect our communities, repair our crumbling infrastructure and high-speed internet, and be a champion for public education. On November 3rd, let's tell Charleston there's a new sheriff in town. Vote Pete Doherty for state senate.
Energy is something you never really think about, even though you use it every day. With Roach Energy's no run-out guarantee and 24-hour customer support, that's just the way we like it. So when you think about it, call Roach Energy for all your oil and propane needs. Ask about our pre-buy and budget programs. Roach Energy, 304-262-4271.
To me, I think they've got to win the battle at the line of scrimmage. All right, they've lost some key linemen from the team over the last couple of years, including a young man that is up at WVU right now. They've got to be able to win that battle at the line of scrimmage, really on both sides of the ball, to keep that Musselman defense out of the backfield and also to be able to control that line and slow down Blake Hartman. Well, that leads to number 2. Find a way to slow him down. Don't let Blake Hartman be the one to beat you. Try to force other guys to do it. Make Caleb Hardy do it by running and or throwing. Make Nick Zamora do it by taking the football and getting around the corner. And then the last thing, they've got to get their guy going, Gage Michael. They've got to be able to have him do his thing, whether it's running or throwing the football.
So basically when we look at keys to the game, stop Blake Hartman on one side, stop Gage Michael on the other. Simple, sweet, easy to remember.
Control that line of scrimmage.
The keys to the game brought to you by your next West Virginia Governor, S. Marshall Wilson, independently running for governor of West Virginia. Write in S. Marshall Wilson on November 3rd. It's time to send it down to the sideline for our sideline reporter for the day. It is Colin McLaughlin. Colin, what is the atmosphere like here at East West Stadium right now as we get ready for this one, just about 12 minutes away from kickoff?
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Definitely very different down here, as not as many fans, and the band is just getting here to the stadium instead of being typically out doing a pregame show like you typically see. So definitely different here. Weather-wise, though, it's beautiful down here. Only thing to look at to my left right now, the right side of the stadium, is that it is very dark clouds coming, it looks like. But if you look to the other side, it's completely blue skies. I don't think it's going to storm, though. I don't see anything in the forecast. So it should be a nice night for football.
Colin doubling as our staff weatherman, filling in for Bob Kukin here at the game. Colin, we will come down to you throughout the game and looking to get some post-game interviews with head coach Brian Thomas. All right, we need to get in our last break of the pregame show and wrap up our pregame show. It was brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services for home and office automation, home theater, networking, audio, video distribution, and more. Phone them at 304-350-1931 or visit them online at WHMsystems.com. We're back with the starting lineups and the play-by-play when we come back. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
You need to keep your vehicle in good working order, but car and truck repairs can be very costly. Bears Repair in Martinsburg performs all kinds of auto repairs at prices most often well below their competition. Bears Repair offers tune-ups, oil change and lubrication, small and large engine and transmission repair, wheel balancing, front-end alignment, exhaust system replacement, air conditioning checks, auto inspections, and new tires. Stop by for a free estimate at Bears Repair, 904 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Phone 262-0208. Bears Repair.
My name is Marshall Wilson. I'm the only independent serving in the West Virginia legislature, and I'm running for governor to uphold and defend the Constitution of the state of West Virginia and of the United States, because I want my children to raise their children in a free, just, prosperous, and secure land. If my children have that opportunity, yours will also. Look us up at marshallforwv.com. Please vote S. Marshall Wilson for governor. Thank you very much.
Write in S. Marshall Wilson for governor. Paid for by Marshall for WV.
And that concludes today's pregame show.
We play every play like it's the most important play of the game. Who let the dogs out?
Coming up next, it's the starting lineups, opening kick, and play-by-play action of West Virginia high school football featuring the AAA Martinsburg Bulldogs. Today's game is being brought to you by
Kent Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, The Skinner Law Firm, Milestone Realty, Smallwood and Small Insurance, Ollie's VIP Lounge, Curtis Keller for Sheriff, The Cider Press Deli and Grill inside Taylor's Farm Market, Panhandle Dumpsters, Bricks 27 Restaurant, WVU Medicine East, Hagerstown Ford, The Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Bechtel Jewelers, the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, and the Berkeley County Health Department.
And now, let's go back to the field and rejoin our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
If your vehicle is not starting properly, then start at D&N Auto to get it fixed right the first time. Family owned and operated since 1974. Call 304-267-4078. Let's start with the visiting Musselman Appleman. On the offensive side of the football, Caleb Hardy will play quarterback. Running back Blake Hartman. The receivers on the outside will be Nick Zamora, Kagan Teets, along with James Foy. They will split on the outside. Logan Herring will be the tight end, and Colin Newland is the fullback. Along that offensive line, it's Nate Cole, Trenton Howard, Ethan Northcraft, Jasper Brown, and Cam Sine. On the defensive side of the football, the two defensive tackles, Nate Cole and Ethan Northcraft. The defensive ends, James Foy, Austin Gregory. Linebacking core looks like this: Justin Reinhardt, Blake Hartman, and Jacob Miller. The strong safety, Cody Schindeldecker. Free safety is Caleb Hardy, and Nick Zamora and Trevin Carter are your cornerback tandems. Doing the kicking tonight for Musselman is Luke Barger. Let's flip over to the Fairmont Senior Polar Bears. Their offense looks like this at quarterback: Gage Michael. At running back is Dylan Owers and Keyshawn Cunningham. On the outside, Alex Brophy, along with Evan Dennison. The offensive line will look like this. At center, Drew.
You need to keep your vehicle in good working order, but car and truck repairs can...
Left tackle is Eric Smith. On the right side of the offensive line, guard Ian Campbell. Right tackle, Aiden Green. On the defensive side of the football, the nose guard, Brylan Michael. Aiden Green is one defensive end. On the other side of him is Eric Smith. The linebacking quarter is Will Runyon, Dylan Owers, Zach Toothman, and in the secondary it is Kason Neely, Evan Dennison, Alex Brophy, and Gage Michael. Doing the kicking for Fairmont Senior is Nick Scott. Doing the punting is Evan Dennison. The starting lineups, a service of D&N Auto Specialists, where honesty is their best policy, specializing in exhaust, alignment, and tires. Call D&N Auto Specialists at 304-267-4078. Just about 7 minutes left before kickoff, and again, what is a beautiful night here for high school football. The band's starting to fill in now, and Matt, what you mentioned, the part of the stadium that wraps around just a bit. The stadium really sectioned off tonight. We haven't seen that yet at a high school football game, but where our camera is set up at about the 35-yard line, it's an entire section here at East West Stadium that is not allowed to have any fans in it. Musselman more down into the end zone to our left, and the fans in blue, the Polar Bear fans of Fairmont Senior, are right in front of us right at midfield. A little bit different setup here, and I expect to see that as the season goes on, more and more the different setups depending on what the stadium looks like.
And that's it. This stadium has the seating, as you mentioned, kind of wrapping around where you can put the band in one spot, but otherwise you're going to have the fans along the same side, so you got to do what you can in this day and age with the social distancing to keep everyone separated. Matt, I want to take you to something. I talked with Jeff Campbell earlier, and he is the gentleman that does the radio play-by-play here for Fairmont Senior, and we were talking about the matchup tonight and how this came about, because this is a COVID game, right?
Yep.
This is one of those ones that
there are very few that aren't anymore.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. How many team schedules have stayed the way that they started, right? Well, anyway, Jeff Campbell says, look, I asked, who were you supposed to play tonight? He said, we'll get back to that in just a moment. I think we're pausing for the anthem.
Yeah, we pause here for our national anthem. We'll bring it to you right here from the Fairmont Senior Marching Band. The Fairmont Senior Polar Bear Marching Band, which, as we heard before the game, and I believe I remember seeing this a few years back, this is a marching band that has some history, Matt. They've been in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, and that just doesn't go to any marching band in the country.
No, not at all. They have an outstanding marching band here, and you could hear that in a great rendition of our national anthem. Matt, let me pick up where I left off going into that anthem. Again, talking with Jeff Campbell, he does the radio here. He said, hey, we were supposed to play University here tonight, but of course Mon County not able to play. He said, do you want to know who contacted us about filling this date? And I said, well, I know one of them was Musselman because you're playing them here tonight, and I know the other was Martinsburg because we had talked with their head coach and athletic director. Anybody else? And he said, yeah, try Spring Valley. He said the three schools that contacted us, he said, we reached out to some other AA who said, no, we're not going to be interested in playing you guys because of their reputation. And so they had to make their choice. Which one of the three top teams in Class AAA do we want to have an opportunity to play here tonight? That's where this Fairmont Senior team is in Class AA. Other schools in the division are going, if we see you in the playoffs, that's one thing, but we're not going to volunteer to play you.
And how about those three phone calls? That may be numbers 1, 2, and 3 by the end of the season, what looked like 1, 2, and 3 in AAA across the entire state. But the first WVSSAC rankings come out. Number 1 is in the Panhandle in the Spring Mills Cardinals, who were at number 3 in AA. Frankfurt tonight.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one, and we'll be keeping an eye on scores from that one. But, Matt, imagine if this would have played out a little bit different. We talked with Brian Thomas of the Musselman Appleman during Miller time this week, and he said initially his calls were to who? Brad Dingus down at Spring Valley, and he said if it wasn't for the fact that Dingus didn't get back until about 5:30 in the morning last week after the win against Martinsburg, and ultimately after being with his daughter at a volleyball game throughout the day, he eventually came home and crashed and never was awake to hear his phone. We may have had Musselman going to Spring Valley, which could have potentially opened it up for this Fairmont Senior team to be playing Martinsburg. I know, it's ifs and buts.
We're beer and nuts, so what a party we'd have.
But this is the matchup we've got tonight and really looking forward to it.
Looking forward to this one. All right, let's take our last 30-second break. We'll come back. Should be right around the coin toss as the captains are at the 50-yard line now, getting ready to go towards midfield. So after this 30-second break, we'll come back, tell you who's getting the football first, and we will be ready for kickoff. It's Musselman taking on Fairmont Senior. Don't go anywhere. Kickoff is just around the corner. This is West Virginia High School Football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV10. We're back in 30 seconds.
Floodwaters can spread E. coli bacteria. Here's Bill Kearns from the Berkeley County Health Department about what to do if your well is tested positive.
If it's just a one-time contamination, you can superchlorinate your well, which we have instructions at the health department. They could call and talk to us. You're providing an excessive amount of bleach down the well. Then you do a runoff to get that out of the system, to get the bleach through your lines, get any contamination out of there. You do a runoff of so long, and then you can have it tested again.
The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-5131.
West Stadium. Let's now send it down to midfield where Colin McLaughlin's got his microphone in on our coin toss right now.
Fairmont Senior, your home team, blue all night long. Right? Musselman, you're visiting, white all night long. Who's going to call a toss for the visiting team? Number 13. Call what's in the air loud enough we can all hear what you call. Tails. Call the tails. It is a heads. You guys win the toss. You want the football, which way you all want to kick? Away from that board. Step right up there then, white. Right here with me, blue.
There you go. That was Cody Schindeldecker who made the call wearing the number 13. He called for the tails. It turned out to be heads.
Good job. Colin, as you hear and see if you're watching on TV 10, it'll be the boys in blue that will be getting the football first as Fairmont Senior in the far corner of the end zone as they have not yet come completely onto the field. And Musselman on their sideline just about ready to go.
Matt, I got to add a text that I just got from Trip Tobin. He says, they are all COVID games. Adding fall football is like independent summer baseball. You fly by the seat of your pants.
And Trip Tobin knows that all too well as the Hornby Hornets did everything they could just to get some games this summer.
And still getting some games here this fall coming off of a tournament, the PBR. No, not Professional Bull Riders, but a different PBR tournament around the Mountain State.
Musselman will be in the white jersey tops, green pants, along with the green helmets. That Musselman apple on the side of it in white with the green M. And for Fairmont Senior in the all blues, the white helmets with the blue polar bear on the side of it. And we are just about ready for kickoff. Today's kickoff brought to you by the Berkeley County Health Department. Our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Call them at 304-263-5131. It'll be Luke Barger set to kick it off for Musselman, and back deep should be Zach Toothman along with Keyshawn Cottingham. There is the kick. It is a short one going to just about the 42-yard line, still bouncing. And it looks like Musselman may have fallen on the football. Looked like a white uniform was there first. Still waiting for a signal, and no, they're going to say it is the Polar Bears that fall on it. Matt Musselman was right there.
They were certainly right there. Credit Jermaine Lewis. He is a sophomore who somehow managed to get in the bottom of that pile and get that football for Fairmont Senior.
We'll see what Gage Michael can do here. The Polar Bears will start with the football in their own territory at the 35-yard line. 3 receivers to that far side, 1 to this near side. It's Alex Brophy as the lone wideout to this near sideline. One man in the backfield is Cottingham. As Michael looks in, gets that cadence, sends a man in motion. There is the snap, 4-down lineman, and the first play of the game will not happen. We have a penalty flag down. And our first penalty of the game, don't got to wait for it long. We get a false start on Fairmont Senior.
Yeah, I think we actually had 2 penalties, or at least 2 officials that saw the same thing, because our head referee dropped his flag in the backfield, and our umpire right behind the linebacking core dropped his flag as well.
And that's something you don't see everywhere. We have the referees mic'd up tonight. Should be no question on what the penalties are. Let's move that football back to the 30-yard line. First down and 15 for Fairmont Senior. 2 receivers to each side of the formation as Michael now steps up, reads the defense. He'll step back with Cottingham to the left. Man coming in motion. Michael drops back to pass, looking left. He's going to fire deep down the middle, and that ball is caught across midfield, hauled in by number 4. That's Kason Neely, and a good gain on first down, and a first down moving the chains for Fairmont Senior.
Almost what you might call a deep slant, and that was pretty good coverage that time. It looked like the coverage came from Jacob Miller, and the junior was there. That throw a little high, and a great job by the receiver as Neely went up and got it.
Fairmont Senior looks like they are not going to huddle quickly getting to the line. 2 receivers to the near side of this formation. It is Cottingham right next to Gage Michael in the backfield. 1 receiver and a tight end in the formation. A little bit of an option. The pitch to Cottingham. He's going around that left side and does not reach the 40-yard line. Pushed out at about the 43. Good defensive stop for the Appleman.
Yeah, that was Reinhardt, the linebacker, the first to hit him, and it looked like Ray Adams, who's listed as a sophomore, wearing the number 3. That was the second man there to help put a hit on him.
Again, quickly getting into formation. No huddle so far for Fairmont Senior. In the backfield now is Nick Scott. He will be to the left of Gage Michael. 3 receivers, including 1 slot to this near side. A little bit of a soft cushion on the defensive side of the football for Musselman. Michael drops back to pass. He's looking left, an out pattern, and did he get a foot down? No, it's going to be an incomplete pass on that far side. The intended receiver was Neely. Incomplete pass. That's going to bring up 3rd down and 8 to go for Fairmont Senior.
Just a simple out pattern on that far sideline. Receiver goes down the field, has enough for the first down, cuts towards that sideline, pass just a little bit high and drug him towards that sideline. He did a great job of trying to get a foot down, but just couldn't do it.
3rd down and 8, 10:41 remaining in the first quarter. We have seen what we thought we would see so far, a passing offense for Fairmont Senior. 3 receivers to this near side, 1 to the far side. Michael drops back to pass, rolls to this near side, quickly rushed back to the middle of the field, and he is wrapped up and brought down behind the line of scrimmage. And that's going to be a sack in the scorebook for, and what it looks like, I believe that was a 36 back there, Justin Reinhardt, his first sack of the ball game. That'll bring up 4th down and 9 for Fairmont Senior.
Yep, a great job as Reinhardt was there and got some help from Schindeldecker to make sure that the quarterback did not escape that pocket for any big yards.
The Polar Bears going to keep that offense out there. 4th down and 9 to go. Ball placed on the 44-yard line. They're in their own territory. Actually make that a quick pooch punt. That's going to land just about the 11-yard line. Returnable for, I believe that's Kagan Teets who gets that one and brings it up to the 16-yard line. And that is where Musselman will start their first offensive drive.
So a punt of about 31 yards on that pooch kick for the quarterback, and he's done that 2 other times this season, has a long of 52, and is actually averaging 44.5 yards a punt.
Let's see what this Musselman offense can do, again led by senior Blake Hartman, the school's all-time leading rusher. And going to add to that total for the rest of this season. Power formation to this left side. There's the snap. The give is to Blake Hartman off that right side. Keeps those feet running. Maybe gain of 1 on the play. That'll bring up 2nd down and 9.
Yeah, very quickly got bottled up. I believe it was Nick Scott as a linebacker who was able to kind of get around that corner and bring him down after the short gain.
And they will give him 2 on that one. 2nd down and 8 now upcoming. He'll now send Hartman out to this near side, or actually
that's
make
Zamora.
that Nick Zamora. Lone backfield. Quick out is by Caleb Hardy. Sends it to the outside. Believe that was hauled in by Blake Hartman. It was. And quickly, I don't know if his feet slid a little bit, but hit the deck before contact, and maybe a gain of 1, but don't even think they're going to give him that. It'll bring up 3rd down and long, and yep, just back to the line of scrimmage. 3rd down and 8 upcoming for the Applemen.
Well, they bring Zamora in motion, line him up as the wide out here to this wide side of the field, try to overload the side, and then give that quick screen pass to Blake Hartman, and his feet just going out from underneath of him.
Hartman is in the backfield along with Caleb Hardy. Actually now coming out of the backfield, that is Nick Zamora. He'll be the wide out, the lone wide out to that far side. Hardy in the backfield by himself in motion. Now is Blake Hartman. He gets the handoff, cuts back up towards the middle of the field. He's got room, a good cut. Gets across the 20, but wrapped up in the open field. A great open field tackle by Evan Dennison. And Blake Hartman not going to have enough for the first down. That should bring on the punting unit for the Applemen as they are deep in their own territory.
Yeah, that is a great open field tackle. A little cut back to the left for Blake Hartman, and if he gets by that tackle, he's probably got the first down, if not more. That was a great open field tackle to stop him well short.
Gage Michael is going back to return the kick. He stands at about midfield. The snap, the kick away, and that one going to bounce, and a good bounce for Musselman. That one rolling back to about the 33. Michael is going to return. He's got blockers out in front, gets to the 40-yard line, cuts it back to this near sideline, and pushed out of bounds just before getting to the 45, pushed out at the 44. Fairmont Senior, good field position to start their second offensive drive of the game. 7:55 remaining in quarter number 1.
Hey, you got to like that punt, 47 yards with that bounce, and you go from possibility of seeing this potent Polar Bear offense starting in your territory to at least having them start at their own 44.
Michael's got Cottingham in the backfield with him to this near side. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. as they line it up on this near side hash right in front of the Musselman bench. There is the snap. The give is to Cottingham. He's going all the way across the field. Does turn the corner. He's across midfield inside the 45-yard line down to about the 43 is where they'll mark that football. Good run for Keyshawn Cottingham. Another first down for Fairmont Senior. We saw that on the first play of their first drive, and after that stalled just a bit.
Cottingham had a long run of 11 yards through the first 2 games. Has more than that on this one as he takes it down to the Musselman 43.
First and 10 from the 43-yard line. The Polar Bears once again in Appleman territory. This is when the Musselman defense stepped it up the last drive. See if they have that left in them again. There's a snap to Michael. A quick little shovel pass up front. That's Longwell with it. Cuts back up towards the middle. And he is wrapped up. Gain of about a yard or 2. A lot of green helmets right there. I believe I did see a 4-7 in there quickly. How about Austin Gregory, one of the first Applemen in on that tackle.
Evan Dennison, actually, the ball carrier on that one. That was a number 2 as he took that one after coming across in motion from left to right.
Second down and 8 as that ball gets to the 41-yard line. One running back in the backfield with Michael. Coming in motion is Cottingham. A whistle, and we're going to get a timeout for Fairmont Senior. 6:50 remaining in quarter number 1, scoreless. Let's take a 60-second break, then we are back. It's Fairmont Senior football. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV10. We're back in 60 seconds.
When you were a little kid and saw your first deer,
oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at whmsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Welcome back into East West Stadium. We're in Fairmont, West Virginia. It's the Polar Bears of Fairmont Senior welcoming in the Musselman Applemen. Second down and 8, 6:50 remaining in quarter number 1. Fairmont Senior with the football. This first quarter brought to you by former official and current Berkeley County Sheriff Curtis Keller. One of the many sponsors we have for tonight's game. Michael going to keep it himself, coming to this near side, wrapped up immediately. May have scraped his way for a yard, but a lot of Applemen there on that tackle. Good job not letting him get to the edge, forcing him back to the middle of the field, Matt.
Well, and once again, Reinhardt was right there to wrap him up, got a little bit of help. That was a running play all along, no attempted pass, a direct snap to the quarterback, try to flood this right side, and there was just no opening.
Brings up a third down and 7 for Fairmont Senior. 3 receivers to the far side of the formation. A short side of the formation, just 1. And a tailback in the backfield. Michael going to drop back to pass. He's looking left all the way. Has a man on an out pattern. That's Cottingham with the catch. Wrapped up on that far side. And believe that is a 7 of Jacob Miller getting that tackle. It's going to bring up 4th down as he was stopped before the sticks. 4th down and 4.
Yeah, that gain good for just 3. And that's a great tackle by Miller as he followed the running back moving across the field. As he made that catch, he tried to turn upfield, but immediately Miller was right there to hit him and bring him down well short of what he needed for the first.
Once again, the Polar Bear offense going to stay on the field. It was more of a pooch kick, their first offensive drive. 3 receivers to this near side. As after a hard count, Michael looks back over to his bench, takes a step back. See if this one's going to be a punt as well. Nope, he's going to drop back. A swing pass out of the backfield. That's enough for a first down inside the 30-yard line. That catch by number 11, Nick Scott, and that'll move the chains for Fairmont Senior.
And that's just a well-conceived play. He was lined up to the side of the quarterback, the left side of the QB. As the quarterback took the snap, he simply faded over into the flat on that left side, turned it upfield, made the catch, and picked up the first.
Lights starting to take effect here at East West Stadium. As Fairmont Senior moving the ball well. Michael drops back to pass, looking up the middle. He's going to fire into the end zone. No flag down. Now one comes in as some contact deep in the route. And that'll be a first down. That'll move the ball on what should be a pass interference penalty on the Appleman secondary.
Yeah, the feet getting tangled up over there. Again, I believe that was Adams. I'm trying to get that number through my binoculars, and I believe that is a 3 out there, and it is. Trying to stay with him, just kind of got tangled up down there at the 10-yard line. Clear contact for the pass interference penalty.
But a penalty that may have saved a touchdown.
Sure.
One that you're willing to take if that pass, which it looked like it was going to be on the money, that saves 6 points for now. Let's see if the Appleman defense can keep the Polar Bears out of the end zone. First down and 10 from the 14-yard line. 2 receivers to each side of the formation. There's the snapback. Michael looking right. He's going to throw a fade into the corner of the end zone. That pass caught in the back corner of the end zone by Alex Brophy. Touchdown, Fairmont Senior.
Yeah, Brophy was able to get a step on Caleb Hardy as one of the safeties. Hardy just could not stay with him, and that is a perfectly thrown football from Gage Michael.
Gage Michael now on the season. That is touchdown pass number 3. And for Brophy, his first touchdown of the season, just his 4th reception on the season. 6-0, Fairmont Senior. Extra point coming up. Nick Scott on for the extra point. The snap, the hold, the kick is up, and it is good. Fairmont Senior, a 7-0 lead. 4:53 remaining in the first quarter, a 60-second timeout. The Applemen will have the ball when we come back. See if they can counter. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. We're back in 60 seconds.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law, but he taught us even more about life and people.
He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm, the firm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that.
We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
Fall is here at Taylor's Farm Market and the Cider Press Deli and Grill. Stop by for some of our apple cider donuts, fresh cider, and everyone's favorites, our delicious apple pie and apple dumplings. We also have some beautiful Big Mums for only $9.99 each. Experience local flavor at the Cider Press Deli and Grill in Inwood. We have something for everyone. We're open Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. for lunch and dinner. Check out our menu at ciderpressdeliandgrill.com. Taylor's Farm Market and the Cider Press Deli and Grill at 178 Pilgrim Street in Inwood. Line and an acrobatic catch made on that far sideline for the Applemen, looking to see who that number is coming off the field.
I believe that's, is it Reinhardt? Is that a 3-6?
I think that is a 3-6. The numbers on the front of the jersey is a little bundled up, but the hair flowing out of the back of the jersey may be our key to him tonight. So a good catch by Reinhardt, as that was kind of going over his shoulder, more of a receiver catch. We'll have our scoring drive summary after the first offensive play here for the Applemen. Their drive will start at the 37-yard line, 1st and 10. Hardy sends a man in motion. There's the give right at the middle. That is Blake Hartman. He is wrapped up after busting through a couple of tackles. He goes across the 40-yard line, gets up to the 43. Nice hard run for Blake Hartman. One of those where looked like he was wrapped up early. He wanted nothing to do with it. Busted his way for a couple of more.
All right, let's give you that scoring drive summary for Fairmont Senior. It was 6 plays, 56 yards, 3 minutes and 2 seconds, 14 yards on that touchdown pass as it went from Michael to Brophy, and it's 7-0 Fairmont Senior.
That scoring drive summary brought to you by Panhandle Dumpsters. There's the snap by Hardy. The give is to Hartman again. He gets to the 45-yard line, maybe midway between the 45 and 46 before he is brought down. That'll bring up a 3rd down and short for the Applemen as they're moving with a little bit of tempo, Matt.
It was actually Nick Zamora that they handed the football to on that one. So
that
Zamora,
is a 2, not a 6. I stand corrected. Good run for Zamora. Ball at the 46-yard line is where they will spot it. 1 yard needed for a 1st down. Hartman now in the backfield behind Caleb Hardy. and he will get the football. Little stutter step. He is wrapped up, and he's not going to have the first down yardage to gain. It'll bring up 4th down and 1 as he was tripped up just after getting the football.
Matt, did you see who tripped him up? That's a 1-3. That's Gage Michael on the defensive side of the football. The quarterback, the Division I player on his way to Kent State, dives in there, lost his helmet on making that tackle, but able to bring him down short of what he needed. That's a great defensive play.
Brian Thomas electing to keep the offense on the field. Man coming in motion is Zamora. A little bit of a fake handoff. The back keeps himself. Believe that's Blake Hartman, and he will not get it. He is stopped short. Fairmont Senior going to take over in Musselman territory with the football. Good defensive stand on a 3rd and short, followed by a 4th and short.
It was 3rd down about 1 yard to 1.5 yards. 4th down about 1 yard, maybe 1.5 yards, and that was the direct snap that time to Blake Hartman. And again, what did I tell you, one of the keys of the game early on was Fairmont Senior has to find a way to control the line of scrimmage. They did it on those 2 plays.
3:11 remaining in quarter number 1. And so far, Fairmont Senior able to move the football with ease. Multiple first downs already here in the first quarter, and they were the first to find pay dirt. They have the lead 7-0. Ball on the 46-yard line, 1st down and 10 for the Polar Bears. Michael going to keep it himself, goes up the middle on what looked like it was going to be an option. He's got room. He's inside the 30, down to the 25, almost to the 24. He is wrapped up at the 21-yard line. A 25-yard run for Gage Michael.
Well, that was just a great run right up the middle. Again, the offensive line opened the hole. We got into that secondary where he broke a couple of tackles, and it looked for a moment like he may go all the way.
It looked like it was going to be an option to this near side. He saw a seam he liked. Cottingham kept coming to this near side. Michael cut back up the middle. It's that same tandem in the backfield right now, 3 receivers to this near side. This time it's going to be a give to Cottingham. He has to go back deep in the backfield and know where to go as he tried to get the corner, but no dice as he is wrapped up on this near side. The first green helmet there looked like a 13. Cody Schindeldecker on the tackle.
Yeah, Schindeldecker able to come up and make that hit. Cottingham gave up some ground trying to turn that corner and ended up only losing 1 yard.
And credit him for, at some point, just putting that shoulder down and trying to get back a little of what he had lost, because he had gone at least 4 yards into the backfield.
Oh, yes.
2nd down and 11, ball at the 22-yard line. Michael's got a receiver to this near side, and that's who he's going to look for. A quick out, a toe tap by Alex Brophy, and that is a completed pass down to the 11-yard line, or maybe make that the 10. And that should be enough for a 1st down, Fairmont Senior.
Yeah, that's almost like a timing route, that quick out, and Brophy turns. The ball is right there on him. Trevin Carter there defensively. Juggling catch along that sideline. I wondered momentarily if he had that possession, but he did.
It will be a 1st down, 1st and goal at the 10-yard line. Will not be able to get a 1st down. Going to try to punch it in from 10 yards out. Michael moving his back. That's Cottingham from left to right. A quick roll to this near side for Michael. He's got the corner, gets inside the 10-yard line before being pushed out of bounds by Reinhardt. Little extra spin out of bounds. The Fairmont Senior fan base maybe wanting a penalty flag. Not going to get one. As a, what looks like gain of 1. 2nd and goal from the 9, upcoming for the Polar Bears.
I'm keeping an eye on Reinhardt to see if they're going to force him out.
His helmet did come off. I noticed that as well.
Out of bounds at the end of that play, but right now staying on the field.
2nd and goal from the 9, under 2 minutes to play in quarter number 1 on the stop clock. 1:54 is what it reads. Michael looks back to pass, fires into the back of the end zone. That pass caught in the back of the end zone. The completed pass to number 4, Kason Neely. And another touchdown for the Polar Bears. They take a 13-0 lead, extra point coming up for Fairmont Senior.
Tell you, Matt, that was a tight window for him to put that football in with a couple of Musselman Applemen back there. A very well run pattern and very well thrown football for the score.
Nick Scott on to try the extra point to make it a full 2-touchdown lead for the Polar Bears. There's the snap, and a high snap. Keeping it is going to be Neely, looking in the end zone, nowhere to go, just throws up a prayer, caught by an offensive lineman, but wrapped up immediately, and the extra point / 2-point conversion, no good. We will take a 60-second break, ensuing kickoff when we come back. 1:47 remaining in quarter number 1. It's Fairmont Senior 13, Musselman nothing. We're back in 60 seconds.
Committed to keeping Berkeley County safe. That's Curtis Keller. He's dedicated his life to public service as sheriff, volunteer firefighter, paramedic, captain, police chief, guardsman, and for 30 years, serving as a referee for high school football. Experienced, dedicated, honest, and the best choice for sheriff of Berkeley County. That's Curtis Keller. This November, help re-elect Curtis Keller for sheriff of Berkeley County. Paid for by candidate.
Looking to buy a home in the Eastern Panhandle? Having trouble getting your house sold? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as the #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Phone 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Welcome back into East-West Stadium. 1:47 remaining in quarter number 1. It is the Polar Bears of Fairmont Senior with a lead over the visiting Musselman Appleman 13-0. We'll give you that scoring drive after the kickoff. It is Nick Scott set to kick it away. Another short kick getting to about the 32-yard line. Returnable for Musselman at least for a yard or two, but quickly wrapped up. And the Appleman will start this drive at the 32-yard line looking to move the football.
I was making sure that wasn't number 4 that pulled that one in. That was Kobe Hazlett. He's listed as a junior running back. Hey, by the way, drive summary after Musselman failed to get it on a 4th down and very short. It was a 5-play, 46-yard drive in 1 minute and 24 seconds, and the touchdown pass going from Gage Michael to Kason Neely. Extra point, no good on a bad snap, 13-0.
They will give that football all the way up to the 35-yard line. That's where this drive will start. As a quick sweep to this near side, it is Zamora with it, and he will be wrapped up in the backfield. That's going to be a loss of 3 as it'll go back to the 32-yard line, and Fairmont Senior had that one figured out pretty darn quick in the backfield. Very quick, bringing down a number 2, Nick Zamora.
Yeah, not much going right now for this Musselman offense. Going to have to find a way to regroup.
2nd down and 14 as we near a minute left in quarter number 1. A little bit of a pistol look now to this near side. Hardy with that give and a quick reversal crisscross in the backfield, but once again sniffed out quickly by that Fairmont Senior defense. Getting the handoff there was once again Zamora after originally it was Blake Hartman getting the handoff in the backfield from Caleb Hardy. A quick give to Zamora, and once again wrapped up that time at the 31-yard line. Bring up a 3rd down and 14. And, Matt, this is not an offense that is meant for 3rd down and 14.
Evan Dennison did a great job. He started inside, saw that inside handoff, and went right back to the outside, was able to get around a block and make that tackle for a loss of a yard.
Empty backfield right now for Caleb Hardy. Trips to this near side, lone receiver to the far side. It's Blake Hartman on the give on the sweep, and he is caught from behind. Great job. I believe that's number 31, Jermaine Lewis, coming in from the backside and running down Blake Hartman. And that was Lewis on the tackle. Great read, just following Hartman the entire way. And that'll bring up 4th down and long as he was brought down inside the 30-yard line back at the 29. 4th down and 17 coming up, and that will come on the backside of this 1-minute break as we are done. Quarter number 1, it's all Polar Bears so far, 13-0 over Musselman. Back after this 60-second timeout for the start of quarter number 2. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV10. We're back in 60 seconds.
John Purdue never dreamed he'd go to college, let alone become one of the best state treasurers. John Purdue brought back financial integrity and transparency to the treasurer's office. He created the highly successful Smart 529 College Savings Program, and under his watch has returned more than $230 million in unclaimed property. He's created the 457 Retirement Program and WV Able, and his Board of Treasury Investments has the highest rating from Standard & Poor's.
I'm John Purdue, and I've never forgotten that I worked for you.
To the citizens of Berkeley County, my name is Nate Harmon, your choice as Republican candidate for Berkeley County Sheriff. When you chose me, you made a statement. You stated that you were tired of the inactive good old boy mentality, the knee-jerk reactions that infringe on our constitutional rights, and watching our deputies' morale and welfare deteriorate. I will be the staunch reminder to government that their powers reside in all citizens of our state and can only be rightfully exercised in accordance with the will of the people. Let's finish the race. Stand by me, Nate Harmon, as your next Berkeley County Sheriff, so your voice is heard and results are seen.
Paid for by candidate.
Welcome back in. Reinhardt punts it away. A booming punt down to the 25-yard line. Picked up. That is Neely on the return. He's cutting back to this near side. Has a couple of blockers, but wrapped up and thrown out of bounds on this near sideline. And believe that was a number 6 in Blake Hartman that threw him out of bounds, and it was Blake Hartman. His drive will start for the Polar Bears at the 24-yard line, 11:52 remaining in the quarter. The first quarter sponsors were brought to you by Curtis Keller, trying to get reelected for Sheriff of Berkeley County, committed to keeping Berkeley County safe, experienced, and dedicated. Also by the Cider Press Deli and Grill at Taylor's Farm Market in Inwood. Make sure you stop by, as it is time for apple cider donuts and delicious apple dumplings. First and 10, 24-yard line for Fairmont Senior. Trying to extend this lead. It is 13-0 for the Polar Bears right now. A bit of a jumbo backfield right now. Two backs to the left of Gage Michael. To give is to Cottingham. He will cut back up towards the middle, but wrapped up by one of those linemen right at the 20-yard line. And he is going to lose a few on that run.
And that was Logan Herring, who did a great job kind of tracking down that play, able to make the stop for what looks like a loss of 3 yards. Matt, here's your first quarter statistic that's just going to jump out at you. Not only the 13-0 on the scoreboard, at Fairmont Senior, 114 yards. Musselman, just 8 yards in that first quarter.
Anybody who watched, that's very realistic to believe. Musselman having some trouble moving the football. Fairmont Senior doing it with ease. Same formation, let's just flip it as Gage Michael will drop back to pass. He's looking deep. Instead, he'll throw off his back foot. That one almost hauled in by Keyshawn Cottingham. Good defense in the secondary. Believe that was Jacob Miller again on that pass deflection. He has had his name called for a good reason a couple times in this ball game.
Yeah, and that is another great play. He was trailing by about a step on that play, but just as the receiver, in this case the running back, Cottingham, reached up for the football, he was able to swipe in, and Miller able to get his hands in and help separate the football from Cottingham. Incomplete pass.
And Gage Michael kind of throwing that one on one foot. I think if he sets his feet, he's got a higher probability of connecting with Cottingham on that pass. Michael will be by himself in the backfield. 3 receivers to this near side. 1 in the slot, 2 to that far side. Michael going to drop back to pass, quickly looking left, nowhere to go. Jumbled up, he's going to use his feet now, throwing on the run. That ball hauled in at the 30-yard line, but well short of the sticks. That pass hauled in by Jaden Chiriza. But he is stopped at the 30-yard line. That'll bring up a 4th down and 5 to go.
Yeah, nice job by Zamora right there with him. Just as the catch was made, Zamora was able to immediately make the tackle. It was a gain of 9, but not enough for the first down.
And we'll bring out the punting unit. And I believe it is Scott doing the punting as well. No, actually, that's not an 11 out there. It
might be Dennison.
Trying to read that number on the punt. Coming quickly was Miller, almost got a block punt on that one, as Dennison was the one that sent that punt away. A good deep punt as he got that one out, bounced at around the 35-yard line. And they're going to actually bring that up to the 39-yard line, and that's where Musselman will start this drive, their first of quarter number 2 in a 13-0 hole.
Now that punt covers 31 yards, and now this Musselman offense needs to get something going, as they are still looking for their first down. 3 plays on their opening drive, a punt, 4 plays on their next drive in the turnover on downs, and then 3 plays on their last drive.
2 receivers to this near side. Caleb Hardy by himself in the backfield. In that slot, it is Blake Hartman, 1st and 10 at the 39-yard line for the Applemen. Make that, I think that's actually some more in the backfield.
Caleb Hardy.
Yep. Is that a 14? Thought I only saw 1 numeral. No, that is a 14 in the backfield. Caleb Hardy going across the 40-yard line. He's brought down at the 43. Gain of about 4 on that one, bringing up a 2nd down and 6 for the Applemen.
Now you look at their first downs, a gain of 2, a gain of 6, a -3, and now this one a gain of 4. So a 2nd down, what you might call medium range. Would like to get the first down here or make it a 3rd and short.
Hardy give to Hartman in the backfield. He rumbles forward across midfield down to the 49-yard line. And that's going to be enough to move the change. Dennison on the tackle for Fairmont Senior.
There you go. That's Pick up of 8 yards.
Best run we've seen so far today for Musselman.
That's all you got to do right now. You're down by 2 scores, 13-0. Plenty of time, 9:37 and counting in this second quarter.
Hardy's got 2 receivers to this near side. I've not seen him throw the football yet today. Brings a man in motion. That is Blake Hartman. Now Hardy will drop back to pass. Look to this near side. Now he's going to roll to the far side. He's got room. He's across the 45-yard line inside down to the 43-yard line and making a little something out of nothing for Caleb Hardy. Good gain on first down. That'll bring up a second down and what looks like about 5.
Yeah, great run there. Everything was moving to this right side. Hardy wanted to throw to this right side, but that pocket collapsing quickly, and he did a nice job to escape out to his left and get by the pretty speedy Jermaine Lewis. We've seen Lewis make some plays, and Hardy able to pick up some good yards.
That ball sitting at the 43-yard line. 4 to go to move the chains again for the Appleman. Hardy with that little option route. He's going to keep it himself, and he's got room. Hardy inside the 30, down to the 20, 15, 10, 5, one man to beat. He dives to the pylon, into the end zone. Caleb Hardy from 44 yards out. It's a touchdown, Musselman. They're on the board.
Yeah, that is a great job. You had a linebacker out there that froze. Who was he going to take, the man with the football or the pitch? He opted to take that pitch man, and a great decision by Hardy to keep that football, cut through that seam, and then once he got in the clear, able to outrun a defender who almost had the angle.
And from our angle, couldn't see any fake pitch, so it must have been the eyes. Again, a good quarterback in that option. He's going to look off that defender, so I'm sure that's what Caleb Hardy did, and he was off to the races. 44 yards for an Appleman touchdown. Barger on for the extra point to try to make it a 7-point contest. There is the snap, the hold. The kick is up, and it is good. 8:36 remaining in quarter number 2. It is Fairmont Senior 13, Musselman 7. We're back in 60 seconds.
To the citizens of Berkeley County, my name is Nate Harmon, your choice as Republican candidate for Berkeley County Sheriff. When you chose me, you made a statement. You stated that you were tired of the inactive good old boy mentality, the knee-jerk reactions that infringe on our constitutional rights, and watching our deputies' morale and welfare deteriorate. I will be the staunch reminder to government that their powers reside in all citizens of our state and can only be rightfully exercised in accordance with the will of the people. Let's finish the race. Stand by me, Nate Harmon, as your next Berkeley County Sheriff, so your voice is heard and results are seen.
Paid for by candidate.
This November, be a part of change and help elect Tony Petrucci to the Berkeley County Council.
With my experience and conservative background, I feel I can serve the people well. I have maintained a very conservative and practical approach to handle the county. To put it plainly, I want the county to be prosperous and its citizens healthy and safe.
Tony's first term was described as leaving behind a reputation of fairness and fiscal responsibility. And when you vote Petrucci, you're voting for fiscal responsibility, health and safety, citizen involvement, and economic growth. This November, vote Tony Petrucci.
Paid for by candidate.
Is your score here. Fairmont Senior still has that lead by 6, 8:36 remaining in the second. We'll have the scoring drive summary following the kickoff. Barger on to kick it away, and he will send this one deep. Going back, that is Dennison, who will return it. He's across the 15 to the 20. He's got a seam. He's across the 30 to this near side. Across the 40, one man to beat. That is Barger, and Barger will wrap him up, and then a couple of other tacklers coming in to bring him down, but a flag all the way back to the 32-yard line, and usually those flags will be on the return team. Matt.
Yeah, it certainly looked like it. Whether it was a hold or a block in the back, we will wait and see. But that penalty marker down all the way back at the 32-yard line. Let's go to that drive summary for the Musselman Appleman. 4 plays, 61 yards. Took only a minute and 44 seconds. 43 yards on the touchdown run for the quarterback, Caleb Hardy. Extra point up and good for Barger. 13-7. Musselman back to within 6.
It is going to be a hold on the return. So let's bring that good return back for Evan Dennison.
2 penalties, 15 yards now in this first half for Fairmont Senior. So far, been a cleanly played game, but that's a huge penalty there.
And that first penalty was all the way back on the first play of the ball game.
It was.
That penalty going to push that football all the way back inside the 25-yard line down to the 23.
Let's see if that Musselman defense can rise to the occasion. I believe we also just had a sideline warning issued there. It looked like our head referee making that gesture right as he set that football down.
1st and 10 at the 23-yard line in their own territory for Fairmont Senior. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side, a back with Michael in the backfield. Quick out to this near side, as that is Cottingham who catches it just inside the 30-yard line before being pushed out of bounds. I believe the first one there was a 4-0, make that Nathan Gray.
Looks like they'll stick it at about the 29, so a pickup of 6 yards. Just a nice play. They got a receiver on this side, runs the defender off. You've got the young man out of the backfield going down the field, cutting towards the sideline, catching underneath that route, and then picking up what he could.
2nd down and 4, under 8 to play before halftime here at East West Stadium. 2 receivers to the far side of the formation, 1 to this near side. Cottingham in the backfield, little play action pass. Michael looking deep over the middle. That one deflected into the air, and Jacob Miller was right there, not able to run underneath it. Good pressure in the pocket as Michael had to let go of that one just a bit earlier than he wanted to, and above the intended target. I believe that was Dylan Hours, or was that Choriza?
It was
Dylan
Hours.
That was Dylan Hours. Couldn't tell whether that was a 5 or a 6. It was Hours who was the intended receiver going off of his fingertips. That brings up 3rd down and 4. Ball right now on the 29-yard line. That play stopped the clock, 7:42 remaining in the first half. It is the direct snap, and Michael's going to keep it himself. He's got the 1st down and more. He's across midfield, tackled at the 49-yard line. They may even give him the 48 in Musselman territory. Nothing special about that one. A quarterback draw right up the middle, and Michael moves the chains plus more.
Plus more, yeah. How about 23 yards on that one? And I'm not sure what they saw, but that was no hesitation and just straight up the field. And, I mean, it parted like the Red Sea.
That's a design play call. That wasn't a read by him. That is a 100% quarterback draw call. 1 step back and go right up the gut.
Cody Schindeldecker with the tackle at the end of that play.
Receivers flipping sides of the field. Brophy and Neely going to flip sides. It is Cottingham in the backfield with Michael, and he will get the quick pitch, but first a whistle, and believe we're going to have another false start, and we will. That is the indication from our referee on the far side of the field.
Matt, the run on the prior play for Gage Michael covered 23 yards. Prior to that, he had 26 yards on 4 carries. So basically almost doubled his totals on that last carry, but now they lose 5 yards.
That 5-yard penalty going to send Fairmont Senior back into their own territory at the 47-yard line. 1st down and 15 upcoming. It is Cottingham and Michael in the backfield. 2 receivers to the far side. That is the intended target now for Michael. It's a quick out. Make that really more of a deep out as that ball not able to be hauled in. Incomplete pass on the far sideline. Looked like Jaden Choriza was the intended target, not able to haul it in. On that far side, a couple of green helmets. I know Miller there and Schindeldecker as well. Good defense by the boys in white.
Boy, that is a long throw, and he made it look relatively easy. Put it out there right where he needed to. His receiver just could not hang on. You get the idea watching this young man why he's on his way to Kent State.
2nd down and 15, ball at the 47-yard line, 6:51 remaining before the half here at East West Stadium. 3 receivers to that far side, 1 to the near side. A back next to Michael in the backfield. Michael going to take a quick 3-step drop. He's looking down the far side of the field. That one not hauled in, and will we have a flag? No, incomplete pass. Yeah, that was sharp hit by Caleb Hardy on the far side of the field, but they're going to say it was shoulder to chest on the hit. The Fairmont Senior faithful not liking that one, but for our angle, it certainly did look like it was the shoulder pad directly to the chest of the intended receiver, who is still down on that far side. Looking for a number, believe that is number 1, Alex Brophy.
That is a big hit, no doubt about it. Brophy is to his feet. Will stay on the sidelines for this 3rd down and 15 play.
Good hit by Caleb Hardy. Referee right in front. 3rd down and 15. Michael drops back to pass, looking to this near side and overthrows his intended target. Cason Neely was the intended man on this near side, and that ball overthrown by about 3 yards over his head, as that was a little bit of a timing pattern, and Gage Michael missing that one just a bit high.
3 straight incompletions and 4 incompletions in 5 attempts in this possession. So a tough possession for Gage Michael. Good possession for this Musselman defense, and they get the football back for the offense with plenty of time left in this first half.
Brings up 4th down and 15. Ball will be snapped from the 47. The punter standing about 12 yards behind that. There's the snap. The kick is away. Evan Dennison putting that one off the left side of his foot. The return man is Blake Harbin. He gets that one with room to run in front of him. He's across the 35, bouncing ahead to the 40. He's got blockers out in front across midfield. Inside the 45 to the 40, still dragging tacklers behind him down to the 30-yard line. Finally brought down at the 29-yard line. Blake Hartman, one heck of a return for the Applemen.
And now we've got flags coming down at the end of the play, a little bit of extracurriculars, and certainly not what is needed in this situation after one whale of a return.
And Coach Brian Thomas and a couple of other assistants having to throw some guys back onto the sideline as a couple of hey, how are yous exchanged between these two teams and several penalty flags thrown, and you would assume that one's going to bring it back.
Well, we're going to have to sort this all out. This all happened afterwards, so it's going to probably be a dead ball penalty or
Absolutely
multiple dead ball penalties, and we'll see where it goes from there. Are you ready? Punt covered roughly 31 yards. The return covers 48 yards. What a great return, a powerful return by Blake Hartman. Musselman trying to gain some momentum now in this one.
And, man, I think one of the keys to that one is Hartman was able to get that one while already moving forward. I think him getting the football with a head of steam is a big difference in that return as our 6 officials still getting together.
See if we can pick anything up. Dead ball, unsportsmanlike.
On the kicking team was the first. Now another one on the, and they will offset each other. And that being a dead ball foul.
Now we have yet another one that seems to be going against Musselman. So it looked like they had a pair of offsetting personal fouls, but then they ultimately had a second personal foul against Musselman. So it looks like they will mark the football backwards from that 29-yard line, which will eat into that 48-yard return, if I read that correctly. And now Brian Thomas out there wanting to make sure.
So that should go back to about the 44-yard line if that's a 15-yard penalty.
Yeah, explanation going to be given,
his explanation, because thinking in his eyes, he's going, wait a minute, I saw a lot more than what those penalties may have seen. Gets that explanation. Now the team's going to move that football back.
Whoa.
And way back. That ball going all the way back to the 40-yard line.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out.
And I think that's what Brian Thomas is questioning right now, because we saw 3 total penalties, 2 of them offset, and 1 was a 15-yarder for Musselman, a dead ball unsportsmanlike. And that looking like much more than that.
They're putting it all the way back at the 40, so that is 30 yards worth of penalties whistled against Musselman, and I'm not sure I understand that yet either. It did appear that they ruled a pair of offsetting and then 1 against Musselman. They must have given 2 against the Applemen. 3 penalties, 45 yards now for Musselman.
And that only makes it about an 8-yard return based on where Blake Hartman got that football. So that negates what was a great return. There's a snap to Caleb Hardy. Little option play here, fake to give to Blake Hartman. Hardy going to take up the middle himself, rolls across a tackler now going inside midfield down to the 49-yard line. A great first down run for Hardy. That'll move the sticks for the Applemen.
Yeah, that is a gritty effort by Hardy. Breaking tackles, spinning off another, able to make positive yards when it didn't look like there was a whole lot there, and he picks up close to 13. 4 carries. I've got 66 yards now for Hardy.
Ball now at the 47-yard lines. They gave him a couple more than it looked like where that football went down. 1st and 10, 47-yard line. Musselman in Fairmont senior territory. Pistol in the backfield. It is Caleb Hardy with Hartman behind him. One flanker to each side. The give right up the middle is to Blake Hartman. Keeps those feet running. Gets inside the 45-yard line down to about the 42. And that is where he is wrapped up by a host of white helmets.
I give him close to 5, and it would bring up a 2nd down and 5. And we saw the way he returned that punt and how he carried guys and broke tackles. You know that he's not going to go down easily.
Ball marked at the 43.
So make it a gain of 4 and more of a 2nd and 6 coming up.
So Moore coming to this near side. He'll be the lone receiver as Hardy's in the backfield by himself as he now looks over to Coach Brian Thomas looking for a possible change in play. Makes a quick adjustment, smacks those hands together. Hardy he's going to roll to this near side, a quick pass, and that is completed up to the 40-yard line. Calling it in was number 1, and that is Kagan Teets on the reception up to the 40. Gain of a couple, and that'll bring up a 4th down and 3.
Yeah, make that a gain down to that 40-yard line. Big 3rd down coming up, and Musselman 0 for 3 on 3rd downs through their first 4 possessions.
And this would be quite a turnaround for the Applemen if they're able to find their way into the end zone before the half. Would be a tale of 2 quarters in this football game. 4:25 on a running second quarter clock. The Applemen down by 6. The direct snap in the backfield, that is to Blake Harbin. He's got a seam to that left side. Gets more than what he needs for the first down. Still running inside the 25 down to the 23 or 22, depending on where that spot is. A hard run for Blake Harbin, moving the chains. First down, Musselman.
Oh, and you like the way that he let those blocks set up. He hesitated in the backfield, let them set, then went to his left, found a little bit of a cutback seam, got into that secondary, and then again dragging tacklers ahead for the extra yardage.
Hardy now coming back onto the field. They will give him the 23-yard line. That's where that football will be snapped, 1st and 10. A little bit of a play action on the sweep. Hardy going to keep it. Cuts back to this near side. Tripped up as he gets inside the 20, down to the 17. Good open field tackle.
Yep,
I believe that was Neely on the tackle, and it was number 4, Kason Neely.
May have saved a touchdown right there. Gain's good for about 6, though. A 2nd and 4 coming with that football down around the 17. And a little bit of misdirection has certainly helped Musselman in these last 2 possessions.
Hartman by himself in the backfield. The quarterback, Caleb Hardy, the receiver to this near side, and we have a flag thrown and a false start, and going to bring that football back for Musselman.
4 penalties, 50 yards now on the Applemen in this first half. That's a tough break. You go from a 2nd and 4 now to a 2nd down and 9.
See if the play calling changes up here. It does look like Caleb Hardy will now come back to that quarterback spot. He's got Blake Harbin behind him in the pistol. Claps the hands together. Zamora going behind both. The give is to Blake Harbin as he is wrapped up in the backfield. A couple of guys there. I believe the first one was Dylan Hours coming up around the ankles of Blake Harbin, and he goes nowhere.
And waiting to see how far did he get. Looks like the 22, and that's about it.
Musselman going to use their first timeout of the game. Let's go ahead and keep it here as the timeout's brought to you by Democratic candidate for West Virginia Attorney General Sam Petzonk. Our second quarter also brought to you by Smallwood Small Insurance in Martinsburg. Auto, home, life, business, disability, retirement. Smallwood Small is your total insurance solution. Phone them at 304-263-3361. Second quarter also brought to you by Chris Ross and Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Buying or selling a home, phone them at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Matt, a big 3rd down coming up here. 2:57 remaining before the half. And if you're Musselman, you would love to punch this one in because, in case you don't remember or missed the opening kickoff, the Applemen will get the football back to start the second half.
Yeah, they certainly will. And the other part of it is you really don't want to give this football back to Gage Michael and that Polar Bear offense with still 2:57, and they've got a couple of timeouts. They got plenty of time to get down the field with the way that he can move that football.
Out of the timeout, 3rd down and 9. Looks like that ball going to be snapped from about the 22-yard line. It is Hardy and Hartman in the backfield. Man coming in motion. The little read option here. Nobody realized Caleb Hardy has the football. He's inside the 10 to the 5, dives to the end zone. Does he have it? He does. It's a touchdown, Musselman Appleman. Nobody realized Caleb Hardy had that football.
Yep, what a great job. You fake that inside give. You roll to the near side. Your man in motion. It was a target. You could have tossed him the football. You had a receiver downfield helping to occupy the defensive back as well. And as you said, things just spread wide open. And Caleb Hardy, great read, running that football, finding pay dirt for a 2nd time in the quarter.
Tied at 13. Luke Barger hoping to change that and put Musselman up by 1. Kicked it out of the stadium. His last extra point. There's the snap, the hold by Hardy. The kick is up. This one also going over the net. Keeping it in the stadium, it is up and good. 14-13 Musselman with the lead over Fairmont Senior. It's 2 straight touchdowns unanswered for Musselman. We'll be back after this 60-second timeout. 2:48 remaining in quarter number 2. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV 10.
Fall is here at Taylor's Farm Market and the Cider Press Deli and Grill. Stop by for some of our apple cider donuts, fresh cider, and everyone's favorites, our delicious apple pie and apple dumplings. We also have some beautiful Big Mums for only $9.99 each. Experience local flavor at the Cider Press Deli and Grill in Inwood. We have something for everyone. We're open Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. for lunch and dinner. Check out our menu at ciderpressdeliandgrill.com. Taylor's Farm Market and the Cider Press Deli and Grill at 178 Pilgrim Street in Inwood.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law, but he taught us even more about life and people.
He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm, the firm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that.
We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
Quickly into the ensuing kickoff, that fielded at the 34-yard line, and nowhere to go across the 35 up to about the 37 for the return man for Fairmont Senior. I believe that was number 30, Toothman, on the return.
Matt, that scoring drive for Musselman, the summary, 7 plays, 60 yards, 3 minutes and 34 seconds, 22 yards on the touchdown run for Caleb Hardy. Barger's extra point gives Musselman a 1-point lead, 14-13, and that is brought to you by Panhandle Dumpsters. Hey, give them a call now and pick up your yellow trash can. Call 833-DUMP-STIR. That's D-U-M-P-S-T-R.
First and 10, 36-yard line for Fairmont Senior. It has been 14 unanswered points for Musselman. You know, the Polar Bears would like to see that change. Quick curl route. That caught at the 41-yard line, now coming to this near side. Shoving the football a little bit was Jaden Choriza, and he will get pushed out of bounds at the 41-yard line. A gain of about 5. Gets half of what he needs for a first down. A little razzle-dazzle, but again, almost lost that football.
Ray Adams with a nice job of being able to come up and make that stop after that pickup, as you said, of 5 yards.
Have a full look at the out-of-town scoreboard. As do we have a penalty? We do.
Illegal procedure.
Illegal procedure because the play did not stop. Not a false start, rather illegal procedure. And that will move the football back to what should be back 5 yards from the original line of scrimmage and bring up a first down and 15.
And there's now 4 penalties, 25 yards in this first half for Fairmont Senior. Matt, how do you like that Jaden Choriza, 5'11", 150? He is just a freshman out there playing so well on the varsity level. He is going to be a fun one to watch in the coming years.
He is. Good size on him already. 5'11", 150. Certainly looks like a bigger frame on the field.
Absolutely.
First down and 15, ball at the 30-yard line. Michael by himself in the backfield. He drops back to pass again, a quick out route. That one caught by Neely, and no, he's not going to hold on to that one. And that's the second one he's not been able to haul in that looked like it hit him right in the chest.
And that pass was a little out in front and a little bit low. From our angle here, it looked to me more like he had to really kind of reach for that one and just wasn't able to bring it in. I've got 8 of 15 passing now for 87 yards and a couple of touchdown passes in this first half for Gage Michael.
Bring up a second down and 15, ball at the 30-yard line. 14-13, Musselman out in front, 2:31 remaining in quarter number 2. A direct snap, and it's going to be Michael that keeps himself up that far sideline and stopped just prior to getting to the 40-yard line. Good gain. It'll be about 9 on the quarterback keeper.
Yeah, nice job by Gage Michael dragging some guys ahead. Hang on, I think we got a penalty marker down right at the end of the play as well, out at the 39-yard line after that gain of about 8, and we have a face mask on Musselman. It looks like it'll just be the 5-yard variety. So +5 at the end of that play should move it out to the 44-yard line, which is going to bring up now a very, very manageable third down and a couple.
Make it the 43-yard line. Apparently they only gave him the 38-yard line on that game, but make that, second down and 3. Michael by himself, 3 receivers to this near side, 2 to the far side. See what the QB does here. 3-step drop, now firing quickly over the middle, over the intended receiver, and that's going to be a pass interference penalty. Intended receiver was Kason Neely in the secondary. Trevin Carter, a little bit of contact, and I think Carter's saying, hey, that one was about 4 feet over his head. He wasn't catching that football, but still an awful lot of contact deep down the field in one-on-one coverage. I don't think you're going to get the benefit of the doubt there all that often.
Yeah, you're going to get that call every time. And don't forget, in the game of high school football, there is no such thing as that uncatchable football like you see on the higher levels. That'll be the first down the easy way, if you will, via the 15-yard penalty.
Moves the football up to the 42-yard line as Fairmont Senior now in Musselman territory. This has been a drive filled with penalties in what has been a pretty cleanly played game up until this point. Take away that little scuffle following the punt return. During play, pretty clean so far. First down and 10, 42-yard line. Michael going to keep himself going up that far sideline. He's inside the 30 to the 25. Blockers out in front. Gets wrapped up inside the 20-yard line down to about the 18. Good run for Gage Michael up that far sideline. First down, Fairmont Senior.
Yeah, he runs the football very hard. I mean, he is not slowing down for anything. He's going to make you bring him down. He's able to break through any kind of an arm tackle. You got to really get in there and wrap him up.
They'll give him the 19-yard line, so inside the red zone for Fairmont Senior. Cottingham, the lone back next to Gage Michaels. He now looks back over to the sideline, looking to change that play up just a bit. 3 receivers to the near side of the formation, 1 close to that right tackle on the far side. 4 down linemen for the Appleman. Michael going to drop back to pass, looking deep, nowhere to go, has to get rid of the football, going in the end zone. That one picked off in the end zone. Looking for a number of the white jersey, but an interception for Musselman. And I believe that's a 14 of Caleb Hardy. That is Caleb Hardy on the interception, and that's a touchback. So bring it out of the end zone, and what a defensive play by the man in the secondary on defense, but the quarterback on the offense helping his own cause, and Caleb Hardy having a day so far here in the first half.
Yeah, that is an excellent job cutting underneath of that route, leaping into the air, and able to pull that one in.
Ball comes out to the 20-yard line, and I would have that as the first interception, make that second interception thrown by Gage Michael on the season. And that is a big turnover. Great interception by Caleb Hardy. A little crisscross in the backfield as Zamora gets the football. He's across the 25 to the 26 as we have 90 seconds remaining here in the first half. Musselman still with 2 timeouts. The Polar Bears as well. 2 times to stop the clock. Musselman going to have to hurry this offense up a little bit, see if Caleb Hardy going to throw the football at all as we're down to 1:20 remaining before the half. Man in motion. As that, a little bit of a play action swing pass now to this near side. Good block as that is Nick Zamora moving across the 40-yard line. A late flag coming in well after that block was made. And we'll see if that's a crackback or a block in the back. But that flag coming in awfully late if it is on that block. A holding penalty, and
I'll say it. They're making it up as they go because that might have been a block in the back.
But there was no hold there at all. It was somebody coming in and pushing, making a block. No hold there at all. So bring what was a good gain, a good catch and run by Nick Zamora. A nice quick swing pass by Caleb Hardy. Bring that one back, and that's going to go back to the original line of scrimmage. Even bring that one back a little bit more to the 19-yard line. 2nd down and 14. 1:04 and counting. On a running second quarter clock. Direct snap goes to Blake Hartman. He's looking for blockers. He's got a couple, and another flag coming in the area of a hold. And will we have another one?
I think we will. And if you're Musselman at this point with 57 seconds left in the half after this hold, I think here you're just going to try to run the time off the clock and be content with a 1-point lead.
Well, we've seen this offense break big plays. It's not an offense that can get down the field very quickly consistently. So you would not expect from the 14-yard line to try to take it 86 yards in 57 seconds. As that is where
move it back to the
11-yard line. Or make that really about the 10-yard line is where that ball's placed now.
Yeah, it is.
Clock is running, and Caleb Hardy will slowly make his way into the shotgun formation behind center.
He's still got 7 seconds on that play clock.
Down to 5, 4. He's going to use every bit of it. Hardy gets the snap, but not before another whistle. And we're going to get an encroachment on the defensive side of the football. And again, we mentioned it just a few series back, a relatively cleanly played first half up until the last 4 minutes of quarter number 2.
Don't know what happened in these last couple of minutes to get things going in the other direction.
Ball up to the 15-yard line.
5 penalties, 30 yards for Fairmont Senior now.
24 seconds and counting. A direct snap to Blake Harvin. He goes right up the middle, busting through a couple of tackles across the 25-yard line to the 26. Still not down, up to the 30-yard line before being brought down by a host of tacklers. 10 seconds left on the clock, and will Brian Thomas use a timeout? He will. Why not? Can't take him with you. See if you can break a big one here before the half. We're going to keep this one right here. Tell you our halftime program. But first, this timeout brought to you by Eddie Gokenauer for Berkeley County Council, your Republican candidate for Berkeley County Council. Coming up in the halftime show, we will take a look at what else is going on around the Eastern Panhandle with our check of the out-of-town scoreboard. Also, what else is going on in AAA football and some AA and single-A games of interest around the Mountain State. We'll also have some stats and some analysis from the first half as well. We know a low-scoring game at Frankfort. Not going to give you that score yet, but a low-scoring affair in a game that we didn't quite think was going to be low-scoring. We'll give you that score coming up at the half. Still 10.2 remaining before we get to that point here at East West Stadium in Fairmont on a beautiful night for high school football across the Mountain State.
Boy, this one has played out absolutely 2 separate quarters, if you will, as Fairmont Senior had the 13-0 lead after 1. The Musselman defense clamps down, including an INT in the end zone that stalled the last drive for the Polar Bears, and the Musselman offense finding some life and putting 14 points on the board in the second quarter to lead by 1.
Some more of the lone receiver on this near side. Hardy in the backfield. Using that hard count a bit, trying to draw somebody off. It'll be a sweep to this near side. And some running room up the middle. And that was make that Blake Hartman, the ball carrier, and he will get just to the 42-yard line with 3.3 left. And will Brian Thomas use another timeout? He will have one more play left in the first half.
Boy, why not pick up 12 more yards for Blake Hartman?
Again, the second quarter of this game brought to you by Smallwood and Small Insurance, your total insurance solution. Stop by and see him at 121 Administrative Drive in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-3361. Call our buddy Tom Miller. And brought to you by Chris Ross and Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Buying or selling a home, phone 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Big thanks to all of our sponsors here this evening, allowing us to bring you high school football, not only from around the Eastern Panhandle, but tonight around the Mountain State. Matt, the first time these two teams have ever met, we mentioned that in the pregame show, and so far in this first half, getting everything we wanted to get out of this game. First quarter really belonged to Fairmont Senior, and the beginning of that second quarter did, and a tale of two quarters here, as you are trying to get me to stop very quickly here.
I am taking you all the way back to these teams were supposed to have played a scrimmage game. Remember that?
They were. And Musselman got all the way here.
Yeah, let me tell you more of the story. I was talking with one of the assistant coaches in the Musselman box before we went on the air. He said, hey, come with me, and he showed me there was a pole just behind East West Stadium across the street with a transformer. That transformer got hit by lightning. He said the whole place shook, and everybody looked at one another as the lights went dead and the kaboom hit, and everybody was like, I think this one is not getting played.
3.3 left in quarter number 2. Shotgun formation is right now Musselman doing something we don't see often, spreading the football out. Quick out, that is Zamora making the catch right at the line of scrimmage. And, that didn't work the way that Coach Thomas drew that one up on the sideline. We will go to the half with Musselman with the 1-point lead on the road. It was 14 unanswered after Fairmont Senior took a 13-0 lead, but it's the Applemen taking that 1-point lead into the locker room. Let's take a 2-minute timeout, and when we come back, We will have a recap of the first half, some analysis, and again, our out-of-town scoreboard. That coming up after this 2-minute timeout. At the half, it is Musselman 14, Fairmont Senior 13. We're back in 2 minutes.
John Purdue never dreamed he'd go to college, let alone become one of the best state treasurers. John Purdue brought back financial integrity and transparency to the treasurer's office. He created the highly successful Smart 529 College Savings Program, and under his watch has returned more than $230 million in unclaimed property. He's created the 457 Retirement Program and WV Able, and his Board of Treasury Investments has the highest rating from Standard & Poor's.
I'm John Purdue, and I've never forgotten that I worked for you.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
Pete Doherty will put Berkeley and Jefferson County first in the state Senate. Doherty has spent 4 decades fighting for our children, seniors, and veterans while keeping the Eastern Panhandle safe from crime. As your senator, Doherty will fight back against the Charleston establishment, ensure that police have the funding needed to protect our communities, repair our crumbling infrastructure and high-speed internet, and be a champion for public education. On November 3rd, let's tell Charleston there's a new sheriff in town. Vote Pete Doherty for state senate.
Where do you turn when an emergency hits your home? Call Blue Ridge Property Restore in Martinsburg. They offer 24-hour emergency service with certified experts who can clean up water damage, mold infestations, fire damage, and biohazards. They'll work with your insurance company to get it done right. So call Blue Ridge Property Restore at 304-262-8100 and get back from disaster faster.
Welcome back into East West Stadium. Time for the halftime show. The halftime show brought to you by the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, personal injury lawyers that can help you and your family. Call Mansion Ferretti Injury Law at 304-944-0577. We'll bring you a couple minutes of the Fairmont Senior Marching Band on the back side of this first segment of the halftime show. But first, Matt, let's recap how we got to this 14-13 score.
Well, it was Fairmont Senior who would end up owning that first quarter, if you will. Fairmont Senior with their opening possession faced a 3rd down and 8. Justin Reinhardt got a big sack. That led to a punt. Musselman would get the football. They would go 3 and out. A 47-yard punt from Reinhardt, giving Fairmont Senior the football at their own 44-yard line. And it was 6 plays later, they finished a 56-yard, 3-minute and 2-second drive as Gage Michael able to connect with Alex Brophy for a 14-yard touchdown pass. Extra point up and good, and it was 7-0 for Fairmont Senior. Musselman on their next possession would go 4 plays and out as they went for it on a 4th and really less than a yard at their own 46-yard line. Blake Hartman was stuffed. That gave Fairmont Senior the football back in very good field position. A 5-play, 46-yard drive took them only a minute and 24 seconds. Once again, Michael with a touchdown pass, this time hitting Kaysen Neely from 9 yards out. A little bit of a bad snap on the extra point, allowing the Applemen to at least catch a little bit of a break, and it was 13-0 Fairmont Senior, and that was going into quarter number 2. But then in that second quarter, well, Musselman answered. They put together a 4-play, 61-yard drive in a minute and 44 seconds, capped by a 43-yard touchdown run for the quarterback Caleb Hardy. Extra point up and good for Luke Barger. That made it 13-7, and again, that defense did its job as they were able to make a stop, get the ball back for the offense, and the Applemen cover 60 yards in 7 plays, 3 minutes, 34 seconds, 22 yards the touchdown run for Caleb Hardy. Barger's extra point makes it 14-13 Musselman, and thanks to an interception in the end zone with 1:41 to play in the half. Caleb Hardy picking off Gage Michael to end Fairmont Senior's drive and scoring threat, and the Applemen end up with the football out near midfield as the clock winds down in our first half, and the Applemen have that 1-point lead.
Again, it was really a tale of two quarters in this one. Musselman, you mentioned it, 8 yards in that first quarter, could not move the football. Then all of a sudden, changing things up a little bit. We saw a little bit more of that read option offense, a little more of the crisscross encounters in the backfield, making that Fairmont Senior defense freeze for just that split second. And we've seen that is all Musselman needs. It's just that split second of hesitation, and they have the speed, they have the explosive power to be able to exploit that. We'll see what adjustments both of these teams are making at the half, and in 15 minutes, we'll see what the second half of football will look like from East West Stadium. Well, we will go out with a couple minutes of the marching band. And as we do that, we will tell you they are brought to you by Panhandle Printing and Design. Whatever you need, you'll hit the right note when you call 304-267-7400. Go to panhandleprintinganddesign.com. Back with a look at the out-of-town scoreboard when we come back. Again, your score at the half, it is Musselman 14, Fairmont Senior 13.
Pete Doherty will put Berkeley and Jefferson County first in the state Senate. Doherty has spent 4 decades fighting for our children, seniors, and veterans while keeping the Eastern Panhandle safe from crime. As your senator, Doherty will fight back against the Charleston establishment, ensure that police have the funding needed to protect our communities, repair our crumbling infrastructure and high-speed internet, and be a champion for public education. On November 3rd, let's tell Charleston there's a new sheriff in town. Vote Pete Doherty for state Senate.
Looking to buy a home in the Eastern Panhandle? Having trouble getting your house sold? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as the #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Phone 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
WVU Medicine encourages you, don't delay your health care. If you've been putting off a critical medical procedure or surgery due to COVID-19, now is the time to reschedule it. Delaying necessary procedures could create additional health problems. WVU Medicine Berkeley Medical Center and Jefferson Medical Center are open for elective and non-elective surgeries and procedures, and both have implemented additional sanitation measures to ensure the safety of our patients and employees. Call your doctor's office today to schedule or reschedule your surgery or procedure with WVU Medicine.
My name is Marshall Wilson. I'm the only independent serving in the West Virginia legislature, and I'm running for governor to uphold and defend the Constitution of the state of West Virginia and of the United States, because I want my children to raise their children in a free, just, prosperous, and secure land. If my children have that opportunity, yours will also. Look us up at marshallforwv.com. Please vote S. Marshall Wilson for governor. Thank you very much.
Write in S. Marshall Wilson for governor. Paid for by Marshall for WV.
Into East West Stadium, our score at the half, Musselman 14, Fairmont Senior 13. It's time to take a look at our halftime scoreboard, brought to you by Bricks 27 in downtown Martinsburg. Not fine dining, but fun dining. Open soon for lunch. Find more at bricks27.com. All right, again, our score 14-13. The Applemen have the lead. Elsewhere, the only EPAC on EPAC game tonight features the Hedgesville Eagles welcoming the Washington Patriots into Moomaw Stadium. And it is the Washington Patriots with a 21-0 lead in the second quarter over Hedgesville. In the AAA AA matchup, similar to what we have here tonight, it is #1 Spring Mills in AAA taking on #3 AA Frankfort. And at the half, it is 7-0 Frankfort. Man, I'm not sure about you, but I definitely did not expect that one to be as low scoring as it was.
They have found a way to slow down Keon Padmore Johnson and the very explosive Spring Mills offense that's been putting up over 50 points a game through their first 3.
Let's take a look at some other scores around AAA. Bluefield is at Princeton tonight. That game 21-21. That game in the second quarter. Robert C. Byrd taking on Bridgeport in another AA AAA matchup, crossing the classifications. 28-14 Bridgeport with the lead at home at the half. Wheeling Park is up 28-7 over Lindsley in the second quarter. Greenbrier East up over Buchanan Upshur on the road 28-7. John Marshall shutting out Parkersburg South at the half 26-0. Huntington up in the second quarter over Parkersburg 7-0. Hampshire leaves Brook at the half 21-0. A final, if you're tuning in from the Fairmont area, final from earlier in the week, East Fairmont getting the better of single A Cameron 31-14, and that is the first win of the year for East Fairmont. Preston was playing Lewis County earlier in the week, and it was Lewis County getting the forfeit win over Preston. We'll have to do some research on that one. Matt, do you have any idea why that was a forfeit win?
I do. There was some kind of an issue between Preston and an opponent apparently the last time out. I don't know exactly what it was, but it was a situation where the superintendent and school officials felt that the just punishment would be not to play football this week, and so Preston forfeiting that game.
Hate to see that. Again, just before we close out our look at the out-of-town scoreboard, some games of interest in single A. Petersburg all over Independence 30-0. East Hardy and Shadyside, Ohio, they will get in action tomorrow. Number 1, St. Mary's all over Calhoun County 34-0 at the half. Number 2, Doddridge County up over number 16, Ritchie County 6-0 at the half. And going into the half, number 3, Tulsia tied against East Carter out of Kentucky at 7. So real quick, just again at the half, our scores from the Eastern Panhandle: Frankfort leading Spring Mills 7-0. Washington all over Hedgesville 21-0. Our score: Musselman 14, Fairmont Senior 13. Our halftime scoreboard show brought to you by Bricks 27 in downtown Martinsburg. Not fine dining, but fun dining. Open soon for lunch. Find out more at Bricks27.com. Another 2-minute break to take. When we come back, we will take a look at the first half stats and get you ready for our second half kick. That coming up after this 2-minute timeout. This halftime show brought to you by the Mansion Ferretti Law Offices. Again, stop by and see our buddy Joe Ferretti and set up an appointment by calling 304-944-0577. Back after this 2-minute timeout. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Fall is here at Taylor's Farm Market and the Cider Press Deli and Grill. Stop by for some of our apple cider donuts, fresh cider, and everyone's favorites, our delicious apple pie and apple dumplings. We also have some beautiful Big Mums for only $9.99 each. Experience local flavor at the Cider Press Deli and Grill in Inwood. We have something for everyone. We're open Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. for lunch and dinner. Check out our menu at ciderpressdeliandgrill.com. Taylor's Farm Market and the Cider Press Deli and Grill at 178 Pilgrim Street in Inwood.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg offers hand-cut, locally sourced steaks, fresh seafood, and sandwiches with great daily specials like 75-cent wings all day Monday, prime rib on Tuesday, New York strip on Wednesday, and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Ask for the lunch punch card and have lunch on the Palace Lounge on Edwin Miller Boulevard. And don't forget the Big Apple Lounge on Sater Drive in Inwood.
Pete Doherty will put Berkeley and Jefferson County first in the state Senate. Doherty has spent 4 decades fighting for our children, seniors, and veterans while keeping the Eastern Panhandle safe from crime. As your senator, Doherty will fight back against the Charleston establishment, assure that police have the funding needed to protect our communities, repair our crumbling infrastructure and high-speed internet, and be a champion for public education. On November 3rd, let's tell Charleston there's a new sheriff in town. Vote Pete Doherty for state Senate.
Remember that last trip to the auto mechanic?
I also think your solenoid gasket is bad.
What?
Yep, that'll be another $500.
Forget that and go to D&N Auto Specialist at 230 Tavern Road, Martinsburg, where honesty is their best policy. Serving the Eastern Panhandle since 1974, D&N Auto is family-owned and operated, specializing in exhaust alignments and tires. From general maintenance to major overhauls, they'll treat you right. Call D&N Auto Specialist at 304-267-4078.
Halftime show. It is time to take a look at stats from the first half, brought to you by Dobson and Associates PLLC, providing all of your back office needs, including accounting, payroll, and Human Resources. We want to be your back office. Call 304-264-0437 or stop by 217 West Burke Street in Martinsburg. Mr. Miller, let's go over some of these first half stats. Who you want to start with?
Now let's start with the visitors from Musselman. We mentioned earlier just 8 yards in that opening quarter. How about 161 in the second quarter? We had the Applemen running 25 first half plays, 169 yards, 166 on the ground, just 3 through the air. They had 6 possessions with 2 touchdowns, 2 punts, 1 turnover on downs, and they took it into the locker room at the half. No turnovers in the first half for Musselman. Just 6 first downs, and they've got to do a better job in the second half not committing penalties. How about 8 of them for 90 yards in that first half?
But again, you look at a lot of those penalties, and they were late in the contest, and or that one penalty that we're still trying to figure out what turned a 15-yard penalty into a 30-yard penalty. Talking to Colin McLaughlin on the sideline, he said he had heard from a couple of coaches that was what, and we figured that was what Brian Thomas was questioning, was, hey, we only saw, after the offsetting penalties, we saw 1 dead ball and sportsmanlike. Where is that 30 yards coming from?
Well, that 30 yards, part of 90 penalty yards in the first half. Let's give you some other team numbers very quickly. 3 of 6 were the Musselman Applemen on third down conversions. Musselman 0 of 1 on fourth down. Individually, Caleb Hardy 3 for 3 passing the football, but just 3 yards in that first half. He connected on a 3-yard completion going to Kagan Teets, otherwise a completion for no yards to Blake Hartman and a completion for no yards to Zamora.
One thing to note, though, they started 0 for 3 on third down.
They did.
If my stats are correct, they started 0 for 3 on third down, so 3 for 3 following that. So it got better, like the scoreboard is indicating, got better as that first half went on.
Caleb Hardy running the football, 6 carries, 94 yards, including a pair of touchdown runs, 1 from 43, 1 from 22. He's the leading rusher, 12 carries, 68 yards for Blake Hartman. We've got 4 carries, 5 yards for Nick Zamora. All right, let's move over to Fairmont Senior. They ran 28 plays in the first half, 114 yards in the opening quarter, right? 65 in that second quarter, a total of 179 yards on 28 plays in the half, 92 rushing, 87 passing. They, like Musselman, had 6 possessions in the first half. They had 2 touchdowns, punted the football 3 times, and had that turnover on the pick in the end zone with 1:41 to play in the first half. 10 first downs for the Polar Bears, who were penalized 5 times for 30 yards in the first half. Let me go to third down and fourth down conversions. 3 of 6 on third down, 1 of 1 on fourth down. And now we go to individual numbers. Gage Michael, 8 of 16 passing for 87 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. 7 carries, 79 yards for Michael, 4 carries for 11 yards, going for their starting tailback, Keyshawn Cottingham. And as I look back down through, I think those are the rushing totals. Receiving totals, 2 catches, 34 yards, and a touchdown for Kaysen Neely. 2 grabs for 9 yards out of the backfield for Cottingham. A catch for 9 yards for Nick Scott. 2 grabs, 26 yards, and a touchdown for Alex Brophy. And a catch for 9 yards for the freshman, Jaden Shariza. There you go. A look at some of the numbers from the first half.
First half stats brought to you by Dobson and Associates PLLC, providing accounting, payroll, bill pay, human resources, and IT services. We want to be your back office. Call 304-264-0437 or stop by 217 West Burke Street in Martinsburg. Matt, something that you mentioned to me earlier in the week, and I'll let you have your glory on this little fun fact, is let's talk streaks. As you mentioned last week, we had an opportunity to see the second longest win streak in the country and the longest in West Virginia come to a close. 57 games for the Martinsburg Bulldogs as Spring Valley beat them 22-20. This week, we have a chance to see somebody who at one point held the second longest win streak in the state, and that was Fairmont Senior. Looking back to last year, what was it, 27?
26 games in a row that they had won until last year's semifinals, having gone 14-0 in 2018, beating Bluefield 23-13 in the state championship game, claiming the program's first state championship in their 4th time in that title game in program history. Then last year were 12-0, so had that winning streak up to 26, which was the 2nd longest in the state behind the Bulldogs until the semifinals when they lost to Bluefield 40-24, and that snapped that 26-game losing streak. Winning streak.
We should go back with some technical difficulties in the pregame show, playing some of the features, including our check of the area schedule. Jefferson and Martinsburg both off this week.
Yes.
We gave you the update on Washington and Hedgesville. We gave you the update on Spring Mills. Musselman is right here. That's leaving out 2 teams. Martinsburg, this was a COVID week off, not originally on the schedule, but as things have slowly progressed, this was one that we were expecting them to be off. We talked about it in the pregame. There was an opportunity for maybe a couple different games, including maybe being right here taking on Fairmont Senior. For Jefferson, this was not a planned bye week. They were supposed to be down in Kanawha County taking on Riverside, and that game, due to COVID, not happening. And rather than try to find an opponent, rather than what we heard possibly move that Martinsburg game, talking with head coach Craig Hunter, this was an opportunity for them to rest up a little bit, for them to get some guys healthy again. It had apparently been a tough couple of weeks on the injury front for Jefferson. So this, not necessarily a scheduled bye week, but more of a voluntary bye week for Jefferson. And when it came to Martinsburg, this was a week where they were looking from Cleveland to New York, as head coach Britt Sherman told us earlier in the week, but could not get any connection on a game this week. So that is what's going on with those 2 teams. Again, last update, as we've had some scoring in that Frankfort Spring Mills game, 14-7 Frankfort. It was a touchdown to tie it up at 7 for Chase Henson on a touchdown run, and then a quick rebuttal for Frankfort. They lead 14-7 in the 3rd quarter. 21-0 was our last update of Washington over Hedgesville out at Moomaw Stadium.
If anyone is old enough like me to remember the Flintstones, you will remember the song during one of their pageants where they searched high and low for Miss Water Buffalo. That was Martinsburg this past week. They searched high and low but could not find a game. From Cleveland, Ohio to New York State, not New York City per se, throughout Pennsylvania, throughout the state of West Virginia, and just could not get a matchup. Now, ironically enough, Spring Valley, last I heard, did not get a matchup for this week either. I guess the 2 could have elected to play back-to-back weeks, but
I'm sure Martinsburg would have been okay with that. Hey, we want a rematch.
Yeah, that was not happening, and so Martinsburg sitting back and waiting for next week when they will play at Washington.
They did put a couple of more minutes on the clock for halftime, as Fairmont Senior was a little late coming out of the locker room. I'll look ahead on our radio airwaves over the weekend. We will have the Big 12 opener for WVU. That is a 3:30 kickoff tomorrow from Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State, a top 25 team, did not look all that great in their game against Tulsa to open up the season last week. The Mountaineers coming off of a bye week after a game against Western Kentucky, and it was all Mountaineers from the get-go in that one. So looking forward to a good game tomorrow. 3:30 kickoff. Our coverage starts right here at 12 noon.
Let me go back to my musical references. The song from the Monkees, that was then, but this is now. Put those games behind you. Oklahoma State will come out ready to go against the West Virginia Mountaineers, and the Cowboys will not be an Eastern Kentucky team under a new regime and still trying to maybe find themselves on the FCS level. So this will be a tough one coming up tomorrow for the West Virginia Mountaineers on the road.
And on Sunday, we'll have the Washington football team,
established 1932,
taking on the Cleveland Browns in Cleveland. That is a 1 o'clock kickoff, a 11 o'clock pregame. Again, catch all that coverage right here on Talk Radio WRNR AM 740, FM 106.5. The former Redskins, current Washington football team, are coming off of a tough one last week against the Arizona Cardinals. Hopefully can bounce back and get to 2-1 on the season. They'll come in at 1-1. We're just about ready for the second half kick. It's a service of Bears Repair at 904 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. For all of your automotive repair needs, call the certified mechanics at Bears Repair. Phone 304-262-0208. Our third quarter brought to you by Natalie Tennant, Democrat candidate for West Virginia Secretary of State, and by the Skinner Law Firm, Injury and Consumer Rights Lawyers. Phone 304-254-66 4-1-3.
Got to quickly add in, Caleb Hardy has to be a candidate for the collision of the game and the electrifying play of the game. Blake Hartman's punt return in that first half.
Short kickoff at the 30-yard line. A return, a short one for Hazlitt.
Hazlitt.
Nathan, or make that
Cody
Hazlitt. We found the right spot on that roster. A good return of about 10 yards, make that 5 yards up to the 35-yard line, and that is where Musselman will start with the football to begin this second half. They have the 1-point lead, 14-13. That 13 coming on what was a bit of a high snap and a failed extra point / 2-point conversion for Fairmont Senior.
One of us will get it right. That's a B in there. Kobe Hazlitt. Did I get it right? Is that a B?
That is a Kobe Hazlitt. Yeah, you, number 4. First and 10, 35-yard line. The little read option here. Caleb Hardy looking to keep it himself and does find a way to scamper back to the line of scrimmage. I thought that was going to be a loss of 2 or 3. Able to fight his way forward back to the 35-yard line. Maybe even gained about a half a yard. See where they put that football. And no, they're going to give him a yard on that one. I'm not sure how. Good tough run for Caleb Hardy to gain 1 on that one. That'll bring up a 2nd down and 9 after the read option. Keeper for Caleb Hardy.
I believe that was Eric Smith, 58, who got into the backfield, forced him to cut back inside, and only picked up a yard.
There's the give to Blake Hartman. He's got room off left tackle. Stutter step, gets across the 40-yard line down to the 43. That'll be about 1.5 yards short of the sticks. As after this play and after the first down, we'll send it back down to Colin McLaughlin on the sideline. Get his thoughts of this second half. On-site producer and our sideline reporter will send it down to him following this play. A 3rd down and 2, really a 3rd down and 1.5 coming up. Power to that left side bunch formation with the receivers. There's the give. That's Zamora has it. He's got the first down and a couple more nearing that midfield stripe up to the 48-yard line. Let's send it down to the sideline. Colin McLaughlin. Colin, your thoughts on the first half?
Yeah, definitely back and forth there, as you mentioned, but I also finally got some clarification there about that big scuffle. There were actually 3 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties on Musselman and only the one there on Fairmont Senior, which is why we saw the 30 yards.
Thank you, Colin. Good information. So that explains that 30-yard penalty. First down and 10, 48-yard line for Musselman. They started the half with the football. Give up the middle. That is Blake Hartman. He's got room. He's inside the 40 to the 35, 30, 25, 20. One man to beat. Nobody's going to catch him. Blake Hartman takes it 52 yards into the end zone. No flags down. It's a touchdown, Musselman.
Boy, he has shown that speed throughout the course of this year. That 60-yard run, the long one against Martinsburg in week 2, and that another very long one where he was pulling away from the defense.
What a run. And we've known the power. The power has been there, but I think that is something that has definitely improved over the last couple of seasons, is that just breakaway speed that we see from him this year. There's a reason he is going to the Ivy League and going to play college football. Barger on for the extra point. Snap hold by Hardy. Kick is up, and that kick is good. 21-13, Musselman leads Fairmont Senior. 10:06 remaining in quarter number 3, a 60-second break. Then we are back. This is West Virginia High School Football on Talk Radio, WRNR and TV 10. We're back in 60 seconds.
John Purdue never dreamed he'd go to college, let alone become one of the best state treasurers. John Purdue brought back financial integrity and transparency to the treasurer's office. He created the highly successful Smart 529 College Savings Program, and under his watch has returned more than $230 million in unclaimed property. He's created the 457 Retirement Program and WV Able, and his Board of Treasury Investments has the highest rating from Standard & Poor's.
I'm John Purdue, and I've never forgotten that I worked for you.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
Back in a quick kickoff and a loose football and recovered by Musselman. Looking to see who came up with that football on the far side. A couple of blockers in front.
That is 22, Trevin Carter, who came up with that loose football.
It was a short kick, was returned for about 3 yards. The return man cutting back to the near side at about the 35-yard line, just lost the football. Trevin Carter coming up with it. And Musselman, great field position and a chance to have a 2-for-1 opportunity here. 21-13, a chance to make it a 2-score game. 10:01 remaining in quarter number 3. Hardy in the shotgun, gives it to Zamora. He breaks that left tackle, goes inside the 30 down to the 29-yard line is where he will be stopped. Gain of a couple on first down.
Let's give you that drive summary for Musselman, brought to you by Panhandle Dumpsters. Get your yellow trash can by calling 833-DUMP-STR. 4 plays, 65 yards, a minute 47 seconds to open the second half. A 52-yard touchdown run for Blake Hartman, his 13th of the season. Barger with the extra point, 21-13 Musselman, and looking for more.
Hardy and Hartman in that backfield. A couple of wings to each side. There's the give to Blake Hartman. He goes right up the middle, lowering that shoulder, gets down inside the 25, down to the 20. That's enough to move the sticks. First down, Musselman.
Good hard running from Blake Hartman, and a nice job by that offensive line opening that hole off the left side of the line.
Ball we placed right at that 20-yard line. The 10 needed to move those sticks again. Hardy coming behind center. Throws the remnants of a towel or a T-shirt behind him. Little movement on the defensive side of the football, and looks like that will be encroachment. And it is, as we get the signal from our official, just waiting to make sure there wasn't any movement on the offensive side of the football first. Move it 5 yards closer. Make it 1st and 5 at the 15. And the Applemen threatening to score once more. It's already 21 unanswered for Musselman, and if you're a Fairmont senior, you would like to stop the bleeding now.
Blake Hartman with that 52-yard touchdown run on the last possession, up to 135 yards on 15 carries.
There's the snap, the give on that left side. That's Zamora getting the football, gets down to the 13 before he is lifted up and driven backwards. A gain of a couple should bring up a second down and short.
And that was Smith and Campbell, it looked like, helping to tag team and make that tackle.
Ball placed at the 13-yard line. Second down and 3 upcoming. As now Musselman taking their time a little bit. You see a lot of teams that want to use this momentum, put it in quickly, and I'm sure that Coach Thomas would have taken a quick play and a quick score, but now Musselman, I think, starts to feel like they're in the driver's seat in this game. Taking some time off the clock. This is the situation they want to be in. There's the direct snap and shoved quickly into the backfield. A host of blue uniforms and some late whistles coming in from our back officials.
It was Braylon Michael who busted through that line of scrimmage, got into the backfield, and was the first one to get to Blake Hartman and help to bring him down.
Waiting to see who this penalty is going to be on. There were some extracurricular activities going on at about the 8-yard line on the opposite corner from our broadcast position. Dead ball foul, personal foul, and it will be against Musselman. So take away what was a second down and short, and it would have been a third down and short, and move it back, a 15-yard penalty.
9 penalties, 105 yards, unofficially now whistled against Musselman as they move that football all the way back to
the 28-yard line.
Wow.
Third down and 18. That's going to drive Coach Brian Thomas crazy. Those are ones that are preventable, and if you're a coach, those are ones that you're gonna yell at the players when watching film tomorrow.
I guess that's the question. Right now they still have second down on the sticks on that side.
It was a dead ball foul,
it
so
was.
the play
Okay.
counted. Blake Hartman stuffed just after taking the direct snap in the backfield. Third down and 18 as we're under 8 to play in quarter number 3. Caleb Hardy, the quarterback, in the shotgun. A quick give as Blake Hartman going to throw downfield. He had Zamora by a step and overthrew him. In coverage was Kaysen Neely, and Zamora had him by a step or step and a half, and Blake Hartman just could not connect. Little trickery for the Musselman Applemen.
Again, it looked like a 6'2" in the backfield. That would have been Braylon Michael, the sophomore defensive lineman, who did not allow Blake Hartman to be able to get his feet set, really square up his shoulders, and connect on that throw.
4th down and 18 from the 28. You wondered if you might see Luke Barger in this situation. Looks like Brian Thomas is going to elect to keep the offense out on the field. Would have been a long field goal for Barger, but thought it might be just close enough to give it a try. Hardy by himself in the backfield. Looks like he's going to throw. He's going to go deep. Zamora in double coverage, and that one intercepted at the 1-yard line, falling back into the end zone, and they're going to call that one a touchback. Evan Dennison, the interception and the touchback in the end zone. But on a 4th down, you just got to get rid of the football and try for something lucky in the end zone, and I don't think Hardy's going to catch too much flack over that.
No, not at all, but that is a huge stop for this defense, for the Fairmont Senior Polar Bears to get the football back for their offense without giving up any points. And for the Applemen now 0 of 2 on 4th down conversion attempts tonight.
And Matt, how big is that personal foul penalty?
Oh, huge.
Not only takes you deep on a 3rd down, it was a 3rd down and short, but definitely takes you out of field goal range because you could have possibly gotten 3 out of that close to the end zone. Fairmont Senior football. It's been 21 unanswered for Musselman. 2 backs in the backfield to the right of Michael. High snap, grabs with his left hand. He's going to take off and run to this near side. He's across the 25 to the 30, lowers and sheds a tackle. He gets up to the 32-yard line before being pushed out of bounds by Reinhardt. Good gain on a 1st down, and that's going to move the sticks for Fairmont Senior.
That's a well-designed play. They bring a man in motion, leaves just one wide out this way. You get everything flowing to that right, and Michael takes that high snap and then just cuts back to his left, and pretty much it becomes a foot race, and he wins that one.
Ball at the 32-yard line for Fairmont Senior in their own territory. 1 back to the left of Gage Michael. 3 receivers to the far side. They give right up the middle. That's Dylan Hours going to take that off right guard. Gets up to the 34-yard line before he is wrapped up. Looked like that was a 33 and a 40. Nathan Gray also in there. James Foy had a uniform in there as well. Both believe could get credit for a tackle on that.
First carry for Hours tonight.
Hours on the season, looking at his running totals. 54 yards on the season. Doesn't run the ball much. 2nd down and 8. Again, direct snap, and Michael's going to take it himself. Gets across the 35-yard line up to the 37 before he is brought down.
And they might even give him the 38, which would be a gain of 4 and set up a 3rd down and 4, and a big 3rd down coming for both teams.
And Matt, you're right. That is the 38-yard line, making it a 3rd down and manageable. 3rd down and 4. And we have seen Gage Michael call his number, or call his own number on this drive. Wants to put the team on his back and get them back into this ball game. Only down by 8 right now, but certainly feels like Musselman has the momentum in this ball game.
He's up to 95 yards on 9 carries.
1 back to his right again, going to call his own number, goes off right tackle. He's got room. He's across midfield to the 45, down in Musselman territory at about the 42-yard line. Good run, Gage Michael. And that is how you get momentum back on the side of the Fairmont Senior Polar Bears. A couple of more runs like that, just putting your head down, going right off right tackle, finding a seam, getting across midfield, and moving those sticks.
21 yards on that carry, lifts him to 116 yards on 10 carries, and that was Cody Schindeldecker who made that big stop.
Ball at the 43-yard line in Musselman territory, 1st down and 10. Under 6 to play in the 3rd quarter, 2 backs. Make that just 1 back to the right of Michael. That is Dylan Hours. There's the snap to give his to Hours. He is bottled up at the line of scrimmage and nowhere to go, maybe even lost one. A host of Musselman tacklers there to bring him down.
Yeah, great job by that front line. Looks like Ethan Northcraft, one of those big fellas down inside. He's coming off the field near side now.
Nathan Gray also in on that one, coming out of the bottom of that pile.
It is a loss of a yard. 2nd and 11 coming.
Ball now on the 44-yard line as Fairmont Senior looks over to their bench to get the play call. 3 receivers to this near side, right in front of our broadcast position as we straddle that 45-yard line. 1 receiver to the far side. The back is Dylan Hours to the right of Gage Michael. Michael takes the snap, no hesitation, runs right up the middle. He's inside the 40 to the 35 to 30. Cuts to the outside. He's got a seam. A couple Applemen to beat to the 15-yard line, wrapped up right around the 10. A late flag coming in on that one as he gets inside the 10-yard line down to the 8. And we'll see what that flag is in the midst of the run.
No, you got one of two things. Might be a hold very late in the run, or could be a face mask if a Musselman player got a hand up there while trying to get it on Gage Michael, who was so shifty in that run.
Waiting to see. It was
a hold on
the defense is what it looked like. That is something you don't see in the middle of a run often. But that'll move the football half the distance to the goal.
31 yards on that carry.
Now inside the 5-yard line, that ball going to be placed at the 4.5. Tip of the football maybe resting on that 4-yard line. Fairmont Senior looking to punch it in, and my guess is go for two and try to tie this football game up. There's the snap. The give is to Cottingham, trying to seal the corner. He's inside into the end zone, but multiple penalty flags coming in from multiple areas of the field. Imagine this is in the area of a hold, and it's going to bring that touchdown back.
10 penalties, roughly 110 yards now on Musselman in this one. Now let's wait and see if this penalty goes against Fairmont Senior. I got them at 6 penalties, 35 yards on the night.
Still waiting for the official signal. Holding is on the offense. It will be 10 yards from the spot of the penalty. Wait and see where they deem it was committed. Looks like they're marking it back from about that 3 or 4 yard line.
If they mark it from the 4, that would have been the original line of scrimmage.
And it looks like they'll mark it at the 3 because they put it down at the 13-yard line, so about a yard into that run.
So Cottingham gets credit for a yard, and it will be first down and goal to go all over again from the 13-yard line.
But won't get credit for that touchdown.
He will not.
6 points taken off the board. 4:42 on a running third quarter clock here from East West Stadium. Matt Crawford, Matt Miller here on WRNR and TV 10. 2 receivers to each side of the formation. Michael drops back to pass. He's looking right, fade in the corner of the end zone. He's got a receiver there. That one not hauled in, drops to the turf on that far side. Looking to see who that intended receiver is. Looks like a number 4, and that is Kason Neely, who was the intended receiver, not able to haul it in. A tough angle. Not sure whether that one was a little overthrown or not from our vantage point. Either way, falls to the turf. That'll now bring up a 2nd down and goal from the 13-yard line.
Cody Schindeldecker in the coverage. Trailed him by a step at the last minute, kind of swatted the hand down in there. Don't know if he was able to make any kind of contact to help separate it or not.
It is ours in the backfield with Gage Michael. 1 receiver to the near side. That is Brophy. 3 wideouts to the far side. The snap back, and Michael's going to take it himself. A little hesitation. Gets to the 10-yard line for he is wrapped up. Another host of Affelman green helmets. And it looked like Blake Carbon, one of the helmets in there. Ethan Northcraft also right around the football as well. That'll bring up a 3rd and goal from the 10-yard line in a big situation here. Is this 2-down territory?
Yeah,
do you think, Matt?
More than likely. Musselman came on the blitz that time. Nice job by Ours picking up one of those blitzers and allowing for the quarterback Michael to move to his right and then cut downfield and at least pick up 3.
Kicker Nick Scott 0 for 1 on field goals on the season. Empty set right now for Gage Michael. He drops back to pass, fires over the middle. Contact in the end zone. Is there going to be a penalty flag thrown? Is there one on that far sideline? It does appear there is one on the T of West on that far sideline, and believe we're going to get another pass interference penalty or a holding call. Either way, it looks like that's going to be some contact on the defense.
Yeah, pass interference will be the call. That goes against Jacob Miller and moves the football down to that 5-yard line, half the distance to the goal.
Half the distance to the goal, and that puts them just that much closer to tying this ball game up.
Technically, it becomes a 3rd down conversion. They get it via the penalty, and now it becomes a 1st down and goal to go from the 5.
Again, empty backfield, 3 receivers to the far side, 2 to this near side. Michael going to take it himself. Offensive line just nowhere to be found on that play. Several Affelman in the backfield, including Reinhardt, who quickly goes, hey, wasn't me. Putting Michael to the ground, maybe a second or 2 after that whistle.
Set it down at the 7. It's a loss of about 2. That's a nice play defensively. As Musselman got that penetration, met him in the backfield, and never let him get moving.
Our scoreboard and down marker. Both read 4th down. I'm with you, Matt. I thought that would be an automatic 1st down and half the distance to the goal.
Apparently it is not.
So make that a 4th down and goal upcoming, as we now have whistles blowing and a
timeout Musselman.
Timeout taken by Musselman. Let's go ahead and take the 30-second break. Donnie back to the studio. Just a 30-second timeout brought to you by Democratic candidate for West Virginia Attorney General Sam Petzonk. We're back in 30 seconds with 3:34 remaining in quarter number 3. 21-13 Musselman.
Remember that last trip to the auto mechanic?
I also think your solenoid gasket is bad.
What?
Yep, that'll be another $500.
Forget that and go to D&N Auto Specialist at 230 Tavern Road, Martinsburg, where honesty is their best policy. Serving the Eastern Panhandle since 1974, D&N Auto is family-owned and operated, specializing in exhaust alignments and tires. From general maintenance to major overhauls, they'll treat you right. Call D&N Auto Specialist at 304-267-4078.
Welcome back in to East West Stadium as now some of the fans are in front of us along the same lines as we are going, hey, this should be 2nd down. Believe that. Yeah, I thought for sure that was a half the distance to the goal and an automatic 1st down.
That would be something I have to look up to see whether that is the case or not on the high school level. Now's when I need Jeff Zombro to be listening, and he could text me that information, one of our Eastern Panhandle officials, who is great at keeping us up to date on things that are going on in the world of officiating. But, yeah, apparently that was not a 1st down.
Colin McLaughlin down on the sideline says that it's only a 1st down if it's a full 15-yard penalty.
So since it's not a full 15-yard penalty, not a 1st down apparently. That's what we're getting some word of.
4th down right now, 4th and goal to go from the 7, 2 receivers each side of the formation. Michael drops back to pass, fires across the middle, caught in the end zone. It's a touchdown, Fairmont Senior, hauling it in on the slant. Kason Neely. And Fairmont Senior is now within 2, and you would imagine a 2-point conversion coming out to try to tie this football game.
Oh, great job. They line him up as a slot receiver to the right, and he just runs that simple slant. The spot was there, a window open for that throw, and Gage Michael's not missing that one very often. He put that one right on the money, hit him in stride. His first completion of this second half now, 9 of 18 for 94 yards, and the second time those two have connected for a touchdown, as it was Neely catching one from 9 yards out in the first half.
Man, I think for the first time in this game, we just saw Fairmont Senior huddle to call a play. 2 backs to the right of the quarterback, Michael. Whistle blown. And do we have a delay of game? As that play clock is at 0, and we do have a delay of game. Let's push that football back 5 yards.
-5 on the delay. Artie Hartman from back at home says, hey, as far as he knows, should be an automatic 1st down. Doesn't matter anyway. They got the touchdown.
They did get the touchdown, now trying for the 2-point conversion. As now we will have a conversation. That football not being moved quite yet.
A zebra conference.
2 brains are better than 1, right?
Well, in this case, it might be more than 2. Several brains involved in that one. And they will
mark it off the delay of game. I guess the question was, did the play clock give the optimum amount of time? And they will say it did. So move that football back to the 8-yard line. And it looks like the offense will still stay out there and attempt the 2-point conversion right now. Down by 2, 3:32 remaining in the football game. Or make that the 3rd quarter.
Yeah.
Let's not jump ahead of myself here. 2 receivers to the far side. Tight end to that right side as well. 1 to the near side. Michael drops back to pass. He's looking right, has a man open. Caught in the flat right about a yard into the end zone. And once again, it's the man who caught the touchdown, catching the 2-point conversion. It is Kason Neely. Fairmont Senior ties it up. It's 21-all, 3:32 remaining in the 3rd quarter. Let's send it back to the station, take a 60-second break, and we are back. Musselman trying to answer with a touchdown of their own. Back in 60 seconds.
Looking to buy a home in the Eastern Panhandle? Having trouble getting your house sold? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as the #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Phone 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
This November, be a part of change and help elect Tony Petrucci to the Berkeley County Council.
With my experience and conservative background, I feel I can serve the people well. I have maintained a very conservative and practical approach to handle the county. To put it plainly, I want the county to be prosperous and its citizens healthy and safe.
Tony's first term was described as leaving behind a reputation of fairness and fiscal responsibility. And when you vote Petrucci, you're voting for fiscal responsibility, health and safety, citizen involvement, and economic growth. This November, vote Tony Petrucci.
Paid for by candidate.
About the 48 on the return for Musselman. Newland on the return. As we go over to Matt Miller for that scoring drive summary.
It's brought to you by Panhandle Dumpsters. Get your yellow trash can by calling 833-DUMP-STR. 11 plays, 80 yards, 4 minutes and 8 seconds for Fairmont Senior. A 7-yard touchdown pass. That one going from Michael to Neely. 2-point conversion for the same two. We're tied at 21.
Pistol formation, power to the left side here, 1st and 10 from the 48-yard line. Little crisscross in the backfield, it's some more with it. He's got blockers out in front across midfield, down to the 49-yard line before he is wrapped up. Good gain on 1st down for Zamora. Let's send it down to the sideline as Colin McLaughlin has an explanation on that pass interference, yardage, and 1st down call.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. So for high school sports-wise, it is never an automatic 1st down on pass interference. And also, as you mentioned earlier, there's no such thing as an uncatchable pass.
Thank you, Colin. Apparently a similar situation in the Berkeley Springs game a few weeks back. 2nd down and 7, ball at the 49-yard line. Direct snap goes to Blake Harbin, waiting for those blockers to come up. He's got a seam inside the 45, running down and finally tackled at about the 30-yard line is where they're going to set that football, maybe the 31 depending on where that knee hit, but enough to move the chains. 1st down, Musselman.
Yeah, another 18 yards for Blake Hartman, and again you see there the patience of him running the football, letting the blocks set up, picking that hole, and then at the end the power running, being able to pick up extra yards after contact.
They will say down at the 31-yard line, that's where the ball will be snapped. 1st down and 10, 2:30 remaining in quarter number 3. Musselman with the football trying to answer a Fairmont Senior touchdown. It is Hartman and Hardy, 2 wings on each side. Hardy clapping his hands together, going with a bit of a hard count. There's the give to Hartman. Going off left tackle, gets to the 25-yard line, bottled up and brought down right about that 25-yard line. And a gain of what looks like about 6 on 1st down. 2nd down and 4 upcoming for the Applemen. Good run on 1st down for number 6.
Yeah, and again, a nice job by that left side of the offensive line. Give him 5 as they set it down at the 26. 18 carries, 158 yards, and a touchdown in this one for Hartman.
Same formation again, 2 wings, Hardy and Hartman in the backfield, and I believe they're going to say they're going to say Nick Scott came across in the neutral zone. Waiting for the official sign, and it is going to be an encroachment, and will that 5 yards be enough to move the sticks? Depending on where that football was on the field. And they will give him the 1st down, so the 1st down via penalty as Nick Scott, number 11 for Fairmont Senior, called on the encroachment.
Musselman will take that one. 9 penalties, 55 yards, the unofficial number now on Fairmont Senior.
Ball now at the 20-yard line. 1st down and 10. Empty backfield right now for Musselman, and a false start and bring that 5 yards back. It'll be 1st down and 15 as that left side of the offensive line moving just prior to the snap of the football.
Now they were waiting for that direct snap to Blake Hartman. Caleb Hardy had lined up as a slot out here to the wide side right, and the snap just never came back.
It's the 2nd or 3rd time we've seen Hardy lined up as a receiver so far in this half. I think at least two of those plays have resulted in penalties.
All right, so we'll make it a 1st and 15 now, back at the 26-yard line.
Just about a minute left in quarter number 3. Moore comes in motion. The handoff goes to Blake Hartman. Lowering that shoulder, breaking a couple of tackles. He's at the 10-yard line to the 5. One man to beat. High steps into the end zone. It's a touchdown, Musselman. Blake Hartman lowering that shoulder, shedding tackles, going into the end zone from 26 yards out. Musselman regains the lead. 27-21 extra point coming up.
Man, is he hard to just get a hold of and bring down. He broke several tackles in getting through the line, then through the second tier of defense, and then again showing that speed as he gets into the clear, going in from 26 yards out. His second rushing touchdown of the night. He's up to 179 yards.
Luke Barger on for the extra point to make it a 7-point lead for Musselman if he can convert. There is the snap, the hold by Hardy. Kick is up, and this one is good. 28-21, Musselman's lead over Fairmont Senior. We are back in 60 seconds.
To the citizens of Berkeley County, my name is Nate Harmon, your choice as Republican candidate for Berkeley County Sheriff. When you chose me, you made a statement. You stated that you were tired of the inactive good old boy mentality, the knee-jerk reactions that infringe on our constitutional rights, and watching our deputies' morale and welfare deteriorate. I will be the staunch reminder to government that their powers reside in all citizens of our state and can only be rightfully exercised in accordance with the will of the people. Let's finish the race. Stand by me, Nate Harmon, as your next Berkeley County Sheriff, so your voice is heard and results are seen.
Paid for by candidate.
Hey football fans, it's your friendly alarm professional Ben Copenhaver with Dynamark Atlantic Security. Who do you trust to keep your family and valuables safe? Integrity, trust, and professionalism are all reasons why Dynamark is the choice for home and business security in the Eastern Panhandle. Dynamark is proud to serve the community and be your first choice for alarm solutions. Don't become a statistic of crime today. Phone Dynamark Security to protect your tomorrow. Phone 304-671-2158.
Welcome back into East West Stadium. 28-21, Musselman out in front over Fairmont Senior. 57.2 remaining in quarter number 3. Ensuing kickoff coming for Musselman. This one a short kick will land right about the 32-yard line. Fair catch called for by Nick Scott, and that is where Fairmont Senior will start with the football. Matt, scoring drive summary for Musselman.
A service once again of Panhandle Dumpsters. 4 plays, 52 yards in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. A 26-yard touchdown run for Blake Hartman, his second of the game, 14th of the season. Barger adds the PAT. 28-21 Musselman. By the way, our own Rob Mario chiming in. He is an assistant coach at Oakdale in Maryland. He says, only roughing the passer and roughing the kicker now carry automatic first downs with them in high school football.
Thank you, Robert. First and 10, 33-yard line is where that ball will be snapped for Fairmont Senior. 3 receivers to this near side, 1 to the far side, back to the right of Gage Michael. Sends Cottingham in motion, high snap, brought in with the right hand of Michael. He's looking to go deep. He's going to air it out down that right side and overthrows the intended receiver. Good coverage down that far side. Cottingham was the intended receiver as the clock's still running, and now it stops on the incomplete pass to bring up second down and 10 from the 33-yard line for the Polar Bears.
Schindeldecker again on the coverage. Did a very nice job.
Step for step with Cottingham.
See the arm, though, of Gage Michael, that deep throw.
Looks over to that sideline, gets the play he wants. Dylan Hours to the left of him in the shotgun formation. Flip that formation now, 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to this near side. That is the give to Hours, and he gets wrapped up right after getting the football. A couple of tacklers in there. Believe the first there looking for that number. Believe that was a 47, and Austin Gregory was right there to wrap him up.
Yeah, great job. Wrapped him up from behind and basically just rode him down into the ground.
Third down and 9 as he'll give him a little bit of forward progress, getting about a half yard on that run. About 1 second differentiating the play clock and the game clock. It does look like the Polar Bears are going to try for this third down play before the third quarter ends. There's the snap to Michael. Michael firing across the middle. That ball caught and should be enough for a first down. Hauling that in was Kaysen Neely, and that will be enough for a first down. As the horn sounds, we are through 3. 1 more quarter of football left here from East West Stadium, and boy, do we have a good one. It is Musselman 28, Fairmont Senior 21. Don't go away. We're back for the fourth quarter after this 60-second timeout.
To the citizens of Berkeley County, my name is Nate Harmon, your choice as Republican candidate for Berkeley County Sheriff. When you chose me, you made a statement. You stated that you were tired of the inactive good old boy mentality, the knee-jerk reactions that infringe on our constitutional rights, and watching our deputies' morale and welfare deteriorate. I will be the staunch reminder to government that their powers reside in all citizens of our state and can only be rightfully exercised in accordance with the will of the people. Let's finish the race. Stand by me, Nate Harmon, as your next Berkeley County Sheriff, so your voice is heard and results are seen.
Paid for by candidate.
Hey football fans, it's your friendly alarm professional Ben Copenhaver with Dynamark Atlantic Security. Who do you trust to keep your family and valuables safe? Integrity, trust, and professionalism are all reasons why Dynamark is the choice for home and business security in the Eastern Panhandle. Dynamark is proud to serve the community and be your first choice for alarm solutions. Don't become a statistic of crime today. Phone Dynamark Security to protect your tomorrow. Phone 304-671-2158.
Welcome back into East West Stadium. One more quarter of play here between Fairmont Senior and Musselman. Right now, Fairmont Senior with the football. First down and 10 from the 44-yard line in their own territory. Musselman trying to hold on the road in a AA, AAA power game here in Fairmont. There's a snap to Michael. He's looking right, going to fire it deep. He's looking for Cottingham down this side. That one intercepted by Caleb Hardy. Caleb Hardy, his second pick of the day. This one inside the 20-yard line. Read that ball perfectly. The intended receiver was Keyshawn Cottingham and underthrown by just maybe a yard, but I think it was just great coverage by Caleb Hardy, and it was Gage Michael throwing into double coverage. Interception number 2 on the day for Hardy.
Turnover number 3 on the day for Fairmont Senior, and as you mentioned, Musselman's been running a lot of that kind of two-deep safety where they can cover both sides of the field, and Caleb Hardy seeing that one all the way, just able to run it down and get there just in time to make the pick.
And able to gain possession and stay inbounds just long enough. First and 10 from the 18-yard line. Musselman, you would guess, has this football right where they want it with the football, up by 7, and a long field in front of them. Little read option as Hardy will keep it, swing to the outside. A lot of room in front. Across the 40, across midfield. Little hesitation, and Nick Zamora gets inside the 45-yard line. And a good read option, quick out on the swing pass, and Zamora did the rest.
Yeah, great play. No one was out there. Hardy able to get it to Zamora, and down the sideline he went. He'll take it to the 42-yard line in Polar Bear territory. That is a pickup of 40 on the pass completion. Prior to that, they had not thrown the ball much. 3 of 4 for 3 yards for Hardy.
That'll bring that average up just a bit. 11:30 and counting on a running fourth quarter clock. Coming in motion is Zamora. The give's going to be right up the middle to Blake Hartman. He gets the 40-yard line and then is stood up, a gain of 2. Second down and 8 upcoming from the 40-yard line, but Musselman looking to add another touchdown here. They're already into Polar Bear territory.
Well, and they really do need to capitalize on this drive. Remember, they turnover on the kickoff after they scored to take a 21-13 lead to open the third quarter, and the Fairmont State defense rose to the occasion. Musselman with a big unsportsmanlike penalty hurt themselves. They can't have mistakes here. Need to punch this one in.
2 wings out in the backfield. It's Hardy. And it's Hartman. Again, to give it to Hartman, a little stutter step. And he goes right up the middle. He's beat the secondary. He's inside the 20 to the 15. One man to beat, a stiff arm. And does he get the end zone? He does. A touchdown for Blake Hartman from 40 yards out. The Applemen make it a 2-score game with 10:40 remaining in the fourth quarter.
181 plus 40. How about 221 yards on 21 carries tonight now for Blake Hartman, and his second long touchdown run of this second half. 52 yards back in that third quarter, and this one from 40.
You don't often do much to increase on a 208-yard per game average. He's going to with his performance tonight.
He is. And again, with over 5,200 career yards, if you keep going the way he's going, a chance to end up with the high 6,000s to close to 7,000.
We could have the 7,000-yard watch by the end of the year. Luke Barger on for the extra point, Hardy to hold. There's the snap, hold is down, kick is up, and it is through. 35-21, Musselman leads Fairmont Senior. We're back with 10:40 remaining in the ballgame after the 62nd timeout.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law, but he taught us even more about life and people.
He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm,
the farm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that.
We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
Fall is here at Taylor's Farm Market and the Cider Press Deli and Grill. Stop by for some of our apple cider donuts, fresh cider, and everyone's favorites, our delicious apple pie and apple dumplings. We also have some beautiful Big Mums for only $9.99 each. Experience local flavor at the Cider Press Deli and Grill in Inwood. We have something for everyone. We're open Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. for lunch and dinner. Check out our menu at ciderpressdeliandgrill.com. Taylor's Farm Market and the Cider Press Deli and Grill at 178 Pilgrim Street in Inwood.
Dennison on the kick return, gets up to the 30-yard line. A few ticks more, a good return for Evan Dennison. And Fairmont Senior will start with the football at about the 31 or 32-yard line. Matt, take a look at that scoring drive summary, capped off by the long touchdown run for Hartman.
Again, it's brought to you by Panhandle Dumpsters. It was a 3-play, 82-yard drive, a 40-yard pass, a 2-yard run, and then the 40-yard touchdown run from Blake Hartman. His 15th of the season, his 3rd of this second half. I mentioned his 2 long ones. He had one from 26 yards in there as well.
One of the electrifying plays of the game, brought to you by Orsini's. Stop by and see him at Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg. 2 receivers to this near side, 1 to the far side, shotgun formation. A read option. Cottingham doesn't get the football. Instead, it is Gage Michael, and he slides down right past that first down mark, and a flag thrown in the area of what may be a hold deep into that run.
He was really right at the end of that run, and I think it may be on the wide receiver out there on that left side who was holding at the end of that play.
And I do believe that was our signal, so we will move this football back. And be interesting to see where they put this football, because that hold came right about where the play was blown dead.
Yeah, it's going to
be. So that ball going to go right back to the line of scrimmage, maybe even a gain of a yard.
Yeah, it was a gain of 11, and then you mark the 10 yards off from there, so set it back down at the 32 where it will become a 1st down and 9. And I'm looking back, would now have 10 penalties for 65 yards on Fairmont Senior.
2 backs in the backfield with the quarterback, Gage Michael, both to this near side, 1 receiver to each side. The direct snap actually going to Neely, who will take it up the middle. Little Wildcat football here, gain of 1, maybe 1.5 or 2, as they will mark that football between the 33 and 34-yard line, bringing up a 2nd down and long.
Well, the first time we've seen that, where they have brought a different guy in to take that snap. Cason Neely is a junior, goes 6'1", 40, normally a wide receiver, and he'll go back to that wideout position.
Slot to this near side along with one other receiver, a lone receiver to the far side of the field, Cottingham and Michael. Is that, again, a high snap? Michael grabs with that left hand. He's got the edge and has enough for a 1st down as he's across the 40 all the way up to the 42-yard line, may even give him the 43 before it is all said and done. Let's send it down to the sideline. Colin McLaughlin has an update from Frankfort, where it's the Spring Mills Cardinals taking on Frankfort this evening.
Yeah, sorry, Matt. I was trying to see if there was a breaking news, but it still says 14-all right now in overtime.
In overtime. Thank you, Colin. We'll keep an eye on that one. Michael drops back to pass. He's going to go deep down this far side and overthrows the intended receiver. It was Cason Neely, who was step for step with his defender on that far side.
Ray Adams, the defender, and again, a nice job being there stride for stride, making that a very small window for the quarterback to try to drop that ball into.
So 14-14 going into overtime for Spring Mills and Frankfort. I really thought that was going to be a shootout. First one to 60 may win that game. 2nd down and 10, the 43-yard line. The Polar Bears in their own territory, lining up on the far hash. And a false start. The receivers not on the same page as all 3 on this near side moved, as I believe the back in Cottingham did as well. Gage Michael and the offensive line all staying still, so the offense not on the same page there. Move it back 5 yards. That'll take the football back and be snapped from the far hash to the 37-yard line.
Not been a cleanly played game. 11 penalties, 70 yards now for the Polar Bears. 12 penalties, 120 yards for the Applemen.
Fairmont Senior's got to find the end zone quick here. Down 2 scores, 35-21, 9:08 remaining in the game. 2 receivers to this near side as Gage Michael drops back to pass, looking to move up in the pocket, and he is swallowed up at the 35-yard line in there on the sack. Believe that is a 57. It is Big Ethan Northcraft, 6'3", 270-pound senior, in for the sack.
A loss of 3 back to that 35-yard line, and it brings up a crucial 3rd and 18.
Ball at the 35-yard line. Need to get to the 47 on the flip side of midfield to get a first down. Michael drops back to pass, looking left, nowhere to go again, swallowed up deep in the backfield, looking to see who came up with that sack.
That was 4-7 and 3-6. That's Reinhardt is the 3-6.
And Austin Gregory.
Yeah, the 4-7, and he's been in the backfield a couple of times already as well, too. Nice job.
Back-to-back sacks for this Musselman defense. And
that's
now
-7.
Out to punt the football is Evan Dennison. Under 8 minutes now to play. Not what Fairmont Senior wanted to do, punting the football away here. There is the punt. End-over-end kick. Hartman gets it at the 40-yard line. He'll go up that far side of the field across midfield. Sheds one tackler. He's got blockers to this near side. Inside the 30. Inside the 25 to the 20. 15. One man to beat. It's Dennison at the 5, and Hartman just steps inside the pylon. It's a kick return touchdown of 60 yards. Blake Hartman may have just put the nail in the coffin in this one.
I think we have a new candidate for our Orsini's electrifying play of the game. Wow. Blake Hartman can do it from the line of scrimmage. He can do it on special teams.
Wow.
Defense and special teams right there with that score. You're talking about back-to-back sacks on a 2nd and 15 and on a 3rd and 18. It forces the punt, and then a great job of blocking and a great return by Blake Hartman.
I think the only positive here for Fairmont Senior is they're going to get the football back quickly. Not going to give Musselman the opportunity to run the clock out. 60 yards on the punt return touchdown for Blake Hartman. 3 offensive, 1 special teams for the senior phenom. There's the snap. Hardy with the hold. Kick for Barger is up, and it is through. 42-21 with 7:38 remaining in the game. Musselman with the lead over Fairmont Senior. We are back in 60 seconds.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsinis.com.
WVU Medicine encourages you, don't delay your health care. If you've been putting off a critical medical procedure or surgery due to COVID-19, now is the time to reschedule it. Delaying necessary procedures could create additional health problems. WVU Medicine Berkeley Medical Center and Jefferson Medical Center are open for elective and non-elective surgeries and procedures, and both have implemented additional sanitation measures to ensure the safety of our patients and employees. Call your doctor's office today to schedule or reschedule your surgery or procedure with WVU Medicine.
Evan Dennison going up the far side, pushed out of bounds about the 40-yard line. Several penalty flags coming in on the return. 42-21, Musselman with the lead over Fairmont Senior. 7:30 remaining in the game. We'll see what this penalty is before we go to our scoring drive summary, which should be pretty short. It was a 60-yard touchdown return for Blake Hartman. So there you go. Brought to you by Panhandle Dumpsters, providing residential and commercial pickup. Get your yellow trash can by calling 833-DUMPSTER. We'll send it back down to Colin McLaughlin. As maybe an update on that game. Don't think it was quite in overtime yet, so we'll give you that update.
We're going to get unsportsmanlike on each. They're going to offset, and apparently those are the only 2 this time.
All right, quickly, let's send it down to Colin McLaughlin for a scoring update from Spring Mills and Frankfort.
Yeah, I'm seeing it still says overtime right now, but Frankfort leads 21-14.
Yeah, so it's got to still be in the fourth quarter because from other reports, Spring Mill's getting the football back. So not quite in overtime, so I believe probably that game's still in the fourth quarter as we are here. 7:30 remaining in the ball game. Fairmont Senior needs a score, and they need one quick. Down 3 scores. Gage Michael back, fakes right. He's going to look left. has a guy in the flat at the 40-yard line. Little trickeration, a couple of jukes, and a first down. As that is Keyshawn Cunningham moving the sticks as he gets close to midfield. Going to be stopped a yard short of the 49 in Polar Bear territory.
Yeah, 13 yards on that gain. They'll pick up their 18th first down of the night, now in hurry-up mode.
A running clock, 7:24 and counting. 3 in the backfield. Michael going to drop back to pass, looks right for a moment, now fires it left, and is that one hauled in? It is. Jason Neely hauling that one in. Looks like it may have been a yard short of the sticks. We'll see where they put the football.
Looks like they're setting it down at the 41-yard line in Musselman territory, which I think is going to be good for the first down, and it is. Needed 10, got 10. 12 of 24 passing, by the way, 127 yards for Michael.
First down and 10, 41-yard line. 7:15 remaining in the game. Pressure in the pocket, and Michael able to escape it for a moment, then quickly has to get rid of the footballs. He was hitting the deck. Pressure around his feet.
Well, and he apparently was trying to get it to Cunningham, who was down the field at the 30-yard line. He is the closest receiver to where that football ended up landing, near the sideline. Wondered if they might get him for intentional grounding.
And
there
they
it
will.
is.
There is the signal by our officials. So not only is that a yardage penalty, but a loss of down. And, Matt, college overtime rules in high school. So it was overtime. Spring Mills got the football back. They fall 21-20.
So Frankfort got the football
to open. Then Spring Mills gets it. They score a touchdown. Don't get the extra point and or 2-point conversion. Not sure the details on the end of the game, but they get their first loss of the season. Final 21-20. So you got to wonder if it was an attempt to win the game and for Coach Sims and go for 2, or a missed extra point. Anybody with info, feel free to message us on Facebook so we can get that one out, if not in play for our extra point post-game show. Second down and 17, ball at the 48-yard line, and Brian Thomas wants a timeout. This timeout brought to you by Eddie Gokenauer for Berkeley County Council, your Republican candidate for Berkeley County Council. The fourth quarter sponsors for our game today, brought to you by Republican candidate for Berkeley County, Nathan Harmon, from right down the road in Reevesville, as we sit at East West Stadium in Fairmont, and presented by Democrat John Perdue, running for re-election as state treasurer.
Hey, don't forget, coming up tomorrow, Mountaineer football. 12 noon will be the pregame show from the Learfield IMG College Mountaineer Sports Network. 3:30 the kickoff with West Virginia at Oklahoma State. Wear your blue and gold as you watch and listen to that football game. It's fun during the COVID timeouts watching how all of this works with the water, how they're being delivered. And
each team's got their own little unique style of doing this. We've done interviews on camera for all of our games, and everything from the check-in process to the way that water is given to players on the sideline, different for each team. Second down and 17, ball at the 48-yard line. 3 receivers to this near side. Michael drops back to passes. Rush to his left. Northcraft pushing him to the sideline. Michael going to tuck it and run. Gets back to the original line of scrimmage before he is pushed out right about that 41-yard line. That'll bring up a long third down, about a third down and 11, or a long 10.
Yeah, 3rd and 10 it looks like, as he picked up 7 yards. They got him up to 162 yards now on 18 carries.
And thank you to Phyllis Gibson Wright. Spring Mills went for 2 in the win. Didn't get it.
Wow.
Thank you for that update.
Gutty call, though.
Yeah,
right?
Hey, number 1 team in AAA. Let's try to keep it that way and go for the win. Missed the 2-point conversion, their first loss of the season. We'll have the update from Washington Hedgesville as well in the postgame show. 3rd down and 10, a ball thrown to about the 25-yard line, going to say pushed out of bounds. Catching the ball was Kason Neely, but not able to come down inbounds on the target throw for Gage Michael. You see that arm power, and he's limping a little ginger. It looks like that left leg maybe giving him a little bit of discomfort. 6:54 remaining in the game. A big 4th down here if Fairmont Senior's not able to get this one. It's going to be a tough comeback for them if they do get it, but I think this would be This would definitely be the ball game if they don't get this first down. Michael drops back to pass, rushed into the backfield. A host of tacklers there. Backpedaling, sacked deep into the backfield. A couple of different helmets there making him stumble backwards. I'm not sure who you give credit for on that sack. Either way, it'll be a turnover on downs. Musselman gets the football back at the 44-yard line, and they can run the clock out here if they feel need be. But this ball game all but over with 6:37 remaining.
Give that a team sack, if you will. Wow. Minus 15 yards. That was just a great rush. They brought the house. Defensive coordinator with a great call, Wes Smith. Dialed it up, and they delivered.
First down and 10. 44-yard line is where the ball is placed. It is Hardy and Hartman in the backfield, two wings, one in motion. Is that get to Zamora? It is, as he has blockers out in front inside the 40-yard line down to the 35 before he is brought down. Looks about a yard short of the yards to gain for first down, so it'll bring up a 2nd down and 1 as we're under 6:30 to play in the ball game.
Matt, again, Blake Hartman going to likely be our player of the game. Okay.
You may want to hold off on that because I may have a candidate as well.
Well, I understand. There are certainly some candidates. It's brought to you by McRae Heating and Air Conditioning. But, yeah, you got to look at what Hardy has done, what Zamora has done, what this offensive line has done. Of course, Hardy with a couple of picks to go along with the way that he has carried the football. It's been a total team effort in this one.
2nd down and 1. 36-yard line where that football will be snapped. The direct snap is to Blake Hartman. Follows those blockers. He's now inside the 30, turning that corner to the 25, cutting back inside, fighting his way towards the 20. He'll be wrapped up at the 21-yard line, more than what was needed for the first down, Affelman.
Yeah, needed 1, picked up 14. That's all. And I would have him up to 235 rushing yards now with 22 carries. And now up to 13 first downs for Musselman. Understand 49-0 Washington over Hedgesville. Thank you. That's Joey Urish helping to pass along that information. Not sure if that's a final or late in the ball game, but that is the score.
Or all but the final.
Yeah, all but.
5:15 on a running fourth quarter clock here from East West Stadium. Joey Urish, the former head coach of the Hedgesville Eagles. Matt Faircloth in his first season after Coach Urish stepped down last year. Flag on the play and a false start on Musselman. Bring that play back 5 yards. Bring it back to the 26-yard line. Will be first down and 15.
Penalty number 13 for 125 yards. That's unofficial on Musselman tonight. Meaning the official totals could be slightly more or less.
Now, Brian Thomas has got to be happy with the adjustments made after the first quarter in this game and the way they've just been able to dominate the second, third, and fourth quarter. Defensively, too, I think the defense truly stepped up in this ball game. Outscoring Fairmont Senior 42-7 in this game. Quick throw out in the flats. It's Kagan Teets making the catch. He gets down to the 21-yard line before he is spun around and then bottled up. Still not down, fighting for extra yards. Forward progress should give him about the 21. We'll see where the officials spot it.
Second time Teets has caught the football, had a grab for 3 yards back in that first half, and it looks like he may get just about 3 more. Oh, very late flag that just came in. Looks like they were going to spot it back down at the 21, so he picked up about 5 on that one.
Waiting to see what that penalty is. Looks like Musselman's moving back, and again, and unsportsmanlike on Musselman. And you see on the sideline, Coach Brian Thomas, palms in the air going, what are you doing? This point in the game, at any point in the game, no reason for those penalties. Those are penalties between the ears.
Yeah. And especially, as you say, at this point. 14 penalties, 140 yards now for Musselman, and yet a 42-21 lead.
Pushes that football back to the 42-yard line.
No.
Or make that the, 37-yard line.
Now you're talking.
My mistake.
Just want to make sure you were on it.
37-yard line.
And they got to get to the 11 for the first down?
Yes.
Second down and 26.
26 as we tick under 4 minutes to to play in this game. Direct snap goes to Hardy. A quick shovel pass up to Blake Hartman. He's got blockers out in front. Sidesteps to the 30-yard line before he is brought down.
It is a pass completion on that little underneath the shovel pass that will pick up about 7. So how about a 6 for 7 night for roughly 55 yards now for Caleb Hardy, who may be Matt Crawford's candidate for the McRae Player of the Game.
How'd you figure that out?
I knew what was going on. Joey Uri says not a final yet.
Thank you, sir.
How about 3rd and 19 coming?
That play clock now down to 9 as Caleb Hardy taking every second he can. 3:10 on the game clock. Smacks the hands together. Now a little read option does give it to Zamora on this near side. Gets inside the 25 down to the 24 where he's brought down by Evan Dennison. This brings up a 4th down and long. And Coach Brian Thomas may have been able to pick it up on our crowd mic, screaming field goal. Luke Barger 0 for 1 on the season. See if he can make that 1 for 2. As that football placed at the 24-yard line. See where the holder Hardy will set up. Looks like at about the 31. So make this a 41-yard field goal attempt for Luke Barger. 2:30 remaining in the game. 42-21 the lead for Musselman. Again, Barger 0 for 1 on the season. See if he can get back up to 50%. Snap, hold by Hardy. Kick is up. It's definitely got enough leg. Is it straight? No good. Believe pushed that just a little wide left, but boy, Matt, did that have the leg behind it?
Oh my goodness, yeah, that would have been good from 50 plus. He really got his leg into that one, didn't quite have the accuracy.
Yeah, from our angle, based on where that football went, had to have missed a little left, but hard to tell, as it was well above the uprights. Yeah. So hard to tell where exactly that one missed. But plenty of leg for Luke Barger. 2:15 remaining in the game. Musselman looking to improve to 3-1. Will improve to 3-1. And it'll be 1-2 for the Fairmont Senior Polar Bears. Now 2 straight losses. It was a 44-33 loss last time out against Bridgeport.
Yeah, against 2, what you would say, top teams in Class AAA.
Yeah. There's the snap. The give is to Ours. He's got a seam up the middle. He's across the 30-yard line, close to the 35. I believe that knee went down to the 34 is where they will mark that. But a good run by Dylan Ours as he wants to get some stats in this ball game.
Yeah, it was off tackle to the right, had a little bit of a cutback lane to his left, and before you know it, boom, he's into that second level and picking up 15 yards. That's his 4th carry of this second half. He had 2 yards prior.
Ball marked to the 35-yard line. Under 2 minutes to play in the game. Michael takes the snap. The give is to Cottingham. And no, we now have a new quarterback in. That's a number 10, Dom Stingo.
Yes.
That's a heck of a name for a quarterback, Dom Stingo. With the handoff to Keyshawn Cottingham. So the night over for starting quarterback Gage Michael, who, again, I looked like he was limping a little bit on that left leg, so maybe just hey, let's not try to nick you up anymore in this game, and what is a game well out of reach at this point. 42-21, 1:15 remaining in the game. Little read option here. Give to this near side. Carrying the football is number 32, Landon Fluharty, as he gets across the 35 down to the 37. First time we've called Fluharty's name in this game, and that is the first time, as I'm looking, nope, it'll be the 3rd time he has run the football this year. Under a minute, 46 seconds remaining in the game. It'll bring up a 3rd down and 7. Ball to be snapped from the 38-yard line. If Fairmont Senior waits long enough, this may be the last snap of the football game.
Yeah, it definitely will be, as the play clock is down to 14, and now the snap's coming back.
There's the snap, and going right up the middle maybe looked like a bit of a miscommunication. Dom Stingo taking it right up the middle. Looked like he and Fluharty both not sure who was supposed to take the football there. But as the clock reaches 10, both teams going to make their way to midfield. And the Musselman Applemen will come to East West Stadium in Fairmont and pick up the win against the Fairmont Senior Polar Bears. The final score in this one, as the horn sounds, 42-21. Musselman improves to 3-1 on the season. Fairmont Senior drops to 1-2. A 2-minute timeout to take. When we come back, we will have the post-game show, stats and analysis from this one. We will also take a look at some finals from around the Eastern Panhandle and the Mountain State. The post-game show coming up, brought to you by the Palace Lounge on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg, featuring a full lunch and dinner menu with daily evening specials from 5 to 9, served in a clean, comfortable atmosphere. Check out their full menu on the Palace Lounge Facebook page. Again, your final, it is Musselman 42, Fairmont Senior 21. We're back after this 2-minute timeout.
To the citizens of Berkeley County, my name is Nate Harmon, your choice as Republican candidate for Berkeley County Sheriff. When you chose me, you made a statement. You stated that you were tired of the inactive good old boy mentality, the knee-jerk reactions that infringe on our constitutional rights, and watching our deputies' morale and welfare deteriorate. I will be the staunch reminder to government that their powers reside in all citizens of our state and can only be rightfully exercised in accordance with the will of the people. Let's finish the race. Stand by me, Nate Harmon, as your next Berkeley County Sheriff, so your voice is heard and results are seen.
Paid for by candidate.
Fall is here at Taylor's Farm Market and the Cider Press Deli and Grill. Stop by for some of our apple cider donuts, fresh cider, and everyone's favorites, our delicious apple pie and apple dumplings. We also have some beautiful Big Mums for only $9.99 each. Experience local flavor at the Cider Press Deli and Grill in Inwood. We have something for everyone. We're open Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. for lunch and dinner. Check out our menu at ciderpressdeliandgrill.com. Taylor's Farm Market and the Cider Press Deli and Grill at 178 Pilgrim Street in Inwood.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood and Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
Hey football fans, it's your friendly alarm professional Ben Copenhaver with Dynamark Atlantic Security. Who do you trust to keep your family and valuables safe? Integrity, trust, and professionalism are all reasons why Dynamark is the choice for home and business security in the Eastern Panhandle. Dynamark is proud to serve the community and be your first choice for alarm solutions. Don't become a statistic of crime today. Phone Dynamark Security to protect your tomorrow. Phone 304-671-2158.
Welcome back into East West Stadium. Musselman getting the win over Fairmont Senior 42-21 as we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Matt Crawford, Matt Miller here in the broadcast booth. Our broadcast team here tonight, Morgan Bohr and John Alderson on the main camera, Ella Joseph and Colin McLaughlin down on the field. And back at the studio was Donald Kinney. Matt, a game that in the first quarter you would have never believed that Musselman was going to come out and play the final three the way they did. But great adjustments made by the coaching staff, the defense truly turning it on, including Caleb Hardy with a couple of big interceptions in this ball game. And 42-21, Musselman improves to 3-1 on the season. Your thoughts?
Well, I mean, you go back, as you mentioned, to that opening quarter, and Musselman had 8 yards, while Fairmont Senior had 114 yards, and Fairmont Senior had the early 13-0 lead with 4:35 to play in the first. It was a 14-yard touchdown pass. Gage Michael hitting Alex Brophy made it 7-0 after Musselman failed to convert on a 4th and short from their own 46. A 5-play, 46-yard drive capped by a 9-yard touchdown pass. That one from Michael to Kason Neely. Extra point, no good. Snap a little bit high, and it was 13-0. Musselman, though, had a strong second quarter in which they put up 161 yards of offense, and they got a 43-yard touchdown run from Caleb Hardy. That cut it to 13-7, and Hardy went in from 22 yards out, and Musselman led 14-13 going into the locker room at the half. Musselman got the football to start the second half. A 4-play, 65-yard drive capped by a 52-yard touchdown run for Blake Hartman. Pushed the lead out to 21-13, then recovered a fumble on the ensuing kickoff. You thought they're going to take charge. No, Fairmont State did a nice job, and they stopped Musselman, got the football back. And the Polar Bears put together an 11-play, 80-yard drive. It was capped by a 7-yard touchdown as once again Michael connected with Neely. The 2-point conversion from the same two. Michael to Neely made it 21-21, but Musselman came right back down the field as they were able, with 57 seconds left in the third quarter, to get a 26-yard touchdown run for Blake Hartman, capped a 4-play, 52-yard drive. The Applemen led 28-21 as they went into the fourth quarter. In the fourth quarter with 10:40 to play, Hartman had a 40-yard touchdown run, capped a 3-play, 82-yard scoring drive, and then Hartman added a 60-yard punt return for the final points. That punt return coming with about 7:30 to play in the ball game. Musselman gets the win, 42-21.
And again, a great football game. Two very good football teams. Looking at Gage Michael for Fairmont Senior, there's a reason he's a Division I quarterback. We saw some throws from him that not every high school quarterback can make. If you can throw an out pattern from one hash mark to the far side of the field on a dime like he did a couple times tonight, that is special. You do not see that every day. Unfortunately, I think for the the Musselman defense really did step up, especially in the secondary. There was not many big plays given up after the first quarter by that Appleman defense, and they played very, very well. I thought that you saw hard running when they did, but unfortunately, as the game got into that second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter, they really had to rely on the running of Gage Michael and just throwing the football an awful lot because they didn't have time to run. But a great football game. Got away from Fairmont Senior at the end, and congratulations to the Musselman Applemen. A well-deserved win. Again, the adjustments in game I thought were very impressive by this coaching staff, and they're going to improve to 3-1.
Second time is the charm, right? They made the trip here for what was supposed to be a scrimmage game. As we mentioned earlier, lightning hitting a transformer on a pole literally right behind East-West Stadium. The loud kaboom, the shaking of the press box in the entire facility. The lights went out, and, well, Musselman went home, and they never got on the field. Now here they are in the regular season, and Musselman says second time's a charm making this trip to Fairmont.
I'm sure they would have much rather gotten the win today than in that scrimmage game.
Absolutely.
Because this is where it matters.
Absolutely.
The post-game show, a courtesy of the Palace Lounge. We will take another 2-minute break. 2 minutes back at the studio. Then it's time for post-game stats. That coming up next. Again, your final here from East-West Stadium. Musselman 42, Fairmont Senior 21. We're back in 2 minutes.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg offers hand-cut, locally sourced steaks, fresh seafood, and sandwiches with great daily specials like 75-cent wings all day Monday, prime rib on Tuesday, New York strip on Wednesday, and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Ask for the lunch punch card and have lunch on the Palace Lounge on Edwin Miller Boulevard. And don't forget the Big Apple Lounge on Sater Drive in Inwood.
Committed to keeping Berkeley County safe. That's Curtis Keller. He's dedicated his life to public service as sheriff, volunteer firefighter, paramedic, captain, police chief, guardsman, and for 30 years, serving as a referee for high school football. Experienced, dedicated, honest, and the best choice for sheriff of Berkeley County. That's Curtis Keller. This November, help re-elect Curtis Keller for sheriff of Berkeley County. Paid for by candidate.
Looking to buy a home in the Eastern Panhandle? Having trouble getting your house sold? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as the #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Phone 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together. Where do you turn when an emergency hits your home? Call Blue Ridge Property Restore in Martinsburg. They offer 24-hour emergency service with certified experts who can clean up water damage, mold infestations, fire damage, and biohazards. They'll work with your insurance company to get it done right. So call Blue Ridge Property Restore at 304-262-8100 and get back from disaster faster.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood and Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance. 47 yards for the starting quarterback, Gage Michael. Throwing the football, Michael 12 of 25, 127 yards, 3 touchdown passes, but also had 2 INTs. 6 carries, 12 yards for the tailback, Keyshawn Cottingham. And looking at any other numbers, there was a carry in there for a couple of yards for Cason Neely, as Neely had one of those wildcat snaps, and Neely had a pretty good game receiving the football as well, as he had a 7-yard touchdown reception in quarter number 3 and a 9-yard touchdown reception back in that opening quarter. The other touchdown catch going to Alex Brophy. Let's turn to the Musselman Appleman. 25 plays in the first half for 169 yards. Matt, in the second half, 22 plays, but 243 yards. That is 412 yards on 47 plays, 357 rushing, 55 passing yards. We had the Appleman with 4 of 9 on 3rd down and 0 of 2 on 4th down. Roughly 13 first downs in this one. Penalized 14 times for 140 yards. And looking back through, Musselman did have, let's see, an INT, and that would be their only official turnover. They did have a couple of turnovers on downs. Now let's look at some individual numbers. Great game for Caleb Hardy, 6 of 7 passing for 55 yards, and Hardy running the football, 7 carries for 95 yards, and he had the 2 big touchdown runs in that second quarter, helping to put Musselman up by a 14-13 score at the half. And of course, Blake Hartman is Blake Hartman, 22 carries, 235 yards. He had 3 rushing touchdowns in the second half and added a 60-yard punt return touchdown in there as well. Outstanding ball game for him. 10 carries for 35 yards, what we have for Nick Zamora. So there you go, just some of the numbers from this one.
The post-game stats brought to you by Dynamark Atlantic Security. Hey, don't become a statistic. Protect your family and home, along with your business, with the local alarm professionals at Dynamark Atlantic Security. They have the solutions to meet your needs and local monitoring, too. Learn more by calling our buddy Ben Copenhaver at 304-671-2158. Take another 2-minute timeout. When we come back, we'll take a look at scores from around the Mountain State and the Eastern Panhandle. We do have some finals, and we will take a look at our player of the game, collision of the game, electrifying play of the game. Also, our next broadcast, which for the first time in a couple weeks, we are pretty sure is going to happen. We're not going to be waiting. We're going to be able to give you what our next broadcast will be. That coming up next after this 2-minute timeout. Again, your final here from East West Stadium, Musselman 42, Fairmont Senior 21.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Floodwaters can spread E. coli bacteria. Here's Bill Kearns from the Berkeley County Health Department about what to do if your well is tested positive.
If it's just a one-time contamination, you can superchlorinate your well, which we have instructions at the health department. They could call and talk to us. You're providing an excessive amount of bleach down the well. Then you do a runoff to get that out of the system, to get the bleach through your lines, get any contamination out there. You do a runoff of so long, and then you can have it tested again.
The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-5131.
McCrae is dedicated to protecting our employees and you, our customers, as we provide our communities essential heating, cooling, and indoor air quality needs during these trying times. Take advantage of McCrae's exclusive offer. Purchase a new Trane high-efficiency system and receive a $1,000 instant rebate plus 0% interest financing for 48 months on qualifying products. Hurry, this offer won't last. Visit McCraeWay.com/TV today to learn more. It's hard to stop a train.
They're my closest friends. We've been through a lot together. Seeing our kids off to college, Kelly losing her mom, my 50th birthday. I trust them with so much. So when it came to my finances, I trusted Kelly's referral to her Ameriprise advisor. Beth gives me the comprehensive advice that helps me feel confident my financial future is secure. With the right financial advisor, life can be brilliant. Ameriprise Financial.
Welcome back into East West Stadium. Time to take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. A service of Jefferson Security Bank with branches in Martinsburg, Inwood, Shepherdstown, Charlestown, and Sharpsburg, Maryland. Jefferson Security Bank, building community. Let's start in the Eastern Panhandle. At Moomaw Stadium, it was Washington in Hedgesville taking on the Eagles. All Patriots, 49-0. Hedgesville remains winless on the season. Washington back to 500 at 2-2. One of the premier games across the state tonight featured Spring Mills, number 1 in AAA according to the latest WVSSAC playoff rankings. They were at Frankfort, number 3 in AA according to those same playoff rankings. Overtime it took to figure out a winner in that one. Frankfort got the ball first, went down and scored 21-14. Spring Mills gets the football second, goes down, scores a touchdown, goes for 2, doesn't get it. 21-20. Spring Mills getting their first loss of the season. Frankfort remains undefeated. A tough one for Spring Mills, man.
Yeah, what a game, though. What a game. Both defenses rose to the occasion against two pretty good offenses, and in the end, I admire the effort by Josh Sims. You're going for the victory in that situation and just came up short.
And that shows a lot of trust in your team, I think, at that point. I think that's what builds that chemistry in a football team. Again, Jefferson and Martinsburg off this week. So let's go from 2 scores from around the state starting in AAA. Bluefield was at Princeton, 47-40. That game still in the 4th quarter. Bridgeport welcomed Robert C. Byrd, who was all Bridgeport, 58-21. Wheeling Park all over Lindsley in the 4th quarter, 56-20. Greenbrier East over Buchanan Upshur in the 4th quarter, 41-10. John Marshall shutting out Parkersburg South, 39-0. John Marshall now 3-1. In the 4th quarter, last update, Parkersburg over Huntington, 22-14. And Hampshire beats Brook, 21-7. Taking a look at some AA games of interest, North Marion gets a win over Lincoln, 41-20. Lewis County again gets the forfeit win over Preston. Preston not able to play this week. Kaiser, the Golden Tornado, beating Nicholas County 70-19. A offensive outburst for Kaiser. East Fairmont beating Cameron 31-14. And let's go to West Side beating Wyoming East 57-32. Let's quickly go over to Single A, a couple of games of interest regionally. From what we understand, Berkeley Springs not playing this week due to their opponent being exposed to COVID. Got that word on the way up here. Petersburg beating Independence 50-24. East Hardy is playing Shadyside out of Ohio tomorrow. And some top-tier single-A games, St. Mary's all over Calhoun County in the 4th quarter, 60-8. Doddridge County beating Ritchie County in a single-A defensive battle, 9-8. That is defensive football across the Mountain State. And Tulsia going to fall to East Carter out of Kentucky. Tulsia, the number 3 team in single-A, 36-21. That is your look at the out-of-town scoreboard. Again, real quick, finals from the Eastern Panhandle. Washington beating Hedgesville 49-0. Washington now 2-2. Hedgesville 0-4. Spring Mills dropping to 3-1, their first loss of the season. 21-20 was the final score against Frankfort. And our game, it was Musselman improving to 3-1, getting the win over Fairmont Senior, 42-21. The post-game scoreboard show, a service of Jefferson Security Bank with branches in Martinsburg, Inwood, Shepherdstown, Charlestown, and Sharpsburg. Jefferson Security Bank, building community. Matt, let's give some awards out.
Let's do it. Where do you want to begin? Let's go to the electrifying play of the game. I think it's got to be
that punt return, 60
Which
yards.
Which one? The one, that ended up in the fracas at the end?
No.
Because that was one heck of a return.
It was, but what play put the nail in the coffin? What was the dagger in this one? It was the 60-yard punt return.
It was.
Blake Hartman made it 42-21. That was the ball game.
All right.
Right there. That's our electrifying play of the game.
And it's brought to you by
Orsini's in Martinsburg, offering top names in kitchen and laundry appliances. Stop by and see them at their somewhat still new location at 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg. Collision of the game, no question. Caleb Hardy, that big hit at the 30-yard line on the far side, disrupting that pass. I think a lot of fans were expecting that to be a personal foul, maybe even a target, which would have not been good if he were Musselman or Caleb Hardy. But that's easily our collision of the game. Brought to you by Cody's Body Shop at 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg. Family owned. Cody's offers superior customer service at a great price. Performed by experienced certified technicians. Find them online at codysauto.com or phone 304-901-4777.
Hold on. Mike Hornby said we had a request. The team sack, we could have called it a bushel of Appleman tackled the quarterback.
A bushel of Appleman.
A bushel of Appleman with the collision of the game on the big sack late. That's not bad. All right.
This is the one that's actually going to have some, so I don't even want to say controversy, but some conversation to it. Player of the game brought to you by McCrae Heating and Air Conditioned Services, named America's most trusted HVAC brand for 6 consecutive years. McCrae Heating and Air. McCraeWay.com is where you can find them online. I did the play-by-play, so I'm going first.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can hush up right now. Caleb Hardy. That is my vote because he did it in 3 facets of the game. Had a very good game in special teams. Had an awesome game at quarterback, leading that offense, running the read option. Had a couple of long runs himself, a couple of good passes in this game as well when he needed that to happen. And 2 huge interceptions on the defensive side of the football.
He did. One of those interceptions in the end zone, the other deep down the near sideline.
It's very hard to look at what Blake Hartman did today and not give him the player of the game. I understand that, but my vote is for Caleb Hardy. I mean, I think he did it all around today and was truly a senior leader on this football team. And maybe that's because you now expect what we got today from Blake Hartman, and as bad as that sounds, for him this year, it's another day at the office is what we saw today. That punt return was awesome. But I think Caleb Hardy, defense, offense, special teams, that's my vote for player of the game.
I think we share the honor between those two because I think you could say the same thing about Blake Hartman. Did a nice job as a linebacker and was in on some big tackles and hits. He had the big 60-yard punt return, had that huge punt return earlier in the game as well, even though it got called back 30 yards on penalties. And then, you look at what he did running the football, and especially the powering in that second half when they pulled away. So if nothing else, I would say maybe it's a players of the game, brought to you by McCrae Heating and Air Conditioning. One can be the heating, one can be the air conditioning, see? Heating and air conditioning. So we have Hartman and Hardy.
On the defensive side of the football, Hardy cooled down the Fairmont Senior offense. And on the offensive side of the football for Musselman, it was Blake Hartman heating that offense up.
Man, excellent. McCrae Heating and Air Conditioning Services, named America's most trusted HVAC brand for 6 consecutive years. Find them at McCraeWay.com. Matt?
The postgame show has been a service of the Palace Lounge on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg, featuring a full lunch and dinner menu with daily evening specials from 5 to 9, served in a clean, comfortable atmosphere. Check out the full menu on the Palace Lounge Facebook page. It is now time to set up our next broadcast, which for the first time in a couple of weeks, right now, unless something happens in the COVID world, which is not out of the realm of possibility. But right now, our plan is to be down in Charlestown next week on Friday, 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock kickoff as Martinsburg will be taking on the Washington Patriots.
The 2-2 Washington Patriots, fresh off of a win against Hedgesville. The Martinsburg Bulldogs coming off of a bye this week, not one that they wanted, but one that happened as a result of the COVID virus. And so the Dogs at 1-1 will be looking to get back in the win column and get the taste of that loss against Spring Valley out of their mouths next week.
All right, that is going to wrap it up for us. A big thanks to everybody here at East West Stadium, Athletic Director Mr. Nader Nicola, Head Coach Nick Bardick of Fairmont Senior, Brian Thomas, and all of the Musselman coaching staff are helping us with interviews and stats, rosters, etc. for this week. A big thanks to our crew, a big crew here for this game today, helping to bring this one back that we really enjoyed bringing back to the Eastern Panhandle. On the camera tonight, I feel like we're going through the band introductions at a concert. On the camera tonight, John Alderton and Morgan Borer. Down on the sideline with a camera and producing and doing a little sideline was Ella Joseph, and Colin McLaughlin was also doing some sideline interaction with his microphone. Back at the studio was Donald Kenny. A big thanks to all of our sponsors as well. Without them, we could not bring you high school football on TV 10 and Talk Radio WRNR. For Matt Miller, I am Matt Crawford, reminding you one final time that our final here tonight from East West Stadium, it was Musselman improving to 3-1 with a 42-21 win over the Fairmont Senior Polar Bears. Until next Friday, we'll see you then.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
John Purdue never dreamed he'd go to college, let alone become one of the best state treasurers. John Purdue brought back financial integrity and transparency to the treasurer's office. He created the highly successful Smart 529 College Savings Program, and under his watch has returned more than $230 million in unclaimed property. He's created the 457 Retirement Program and WV Able, and his Board of Treasury Investments has the highest rating from Standard & Poor's.
I'm John Purdue, and I've never forgotten that I worked for you.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg offers hand-cut, locally sourced steaks, fresh seafood, and sandwiches with great daily specials like 75-cent wings all day Monday, prime rib on Tuesday, New York strip on Wednesday, and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Ask for the lunch punch card and have lunch on the Palace Lounge on Edwin Miller Boulevard. And don't forget the Big Apple Lounge on Sater Drive in Inwood.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
For the best in high school, college, and NFL coverage all season long, keep it tuned in to Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg. All rights reserved.